Hey everyone, welcome back to day three, where we're gonna be building. This is gonna be insane. Okay, I'm really excited. So we're gonna be building the Stripe payment portal. Okay, we'll be connecting the Stripe payment portal. Um, and if you all haven't watched day one and day two, I suggest please watch them first before coming to day three, because it's gonna be progressive from those videos. You're gonna be continuing the build. So we're gonna be connecting to Stripe. We're gonna be building our plan screen. So this is what we have achieved so far. We have actually built the model, completely functional, responsive model, with dynamic functionality on day two. And we have also actually built the authentication workflow. So when I click there's going to be an account screen, by the way. So it's not going to be like that. Of course, we are going to be building a beautiful account screen. But this is what we have progressed so far. And we are going to be building all that today: the account screen, the plan screen. So if I try to log in right now, we will be seeing that we'll actually redirect it back to the app, right? But in the finished build, this is not going to be like this actually. So this is our finished build. So if I try to log in here, and if this actually logs in, as you can see, this actually takes us to a plans. Now I'm not getting my 3 dynamic plans here. The reason why is because I removed, I'm only using one Firebase account right now, the one which I built this with. That's why I'm not actually getting my actual plans, but we're going to be making this dynamic, so we get our plans, and then we are going to be selecting those plans and subscribing through them, and and then we are going to be redirected to our application. That's going to be like literally insane. This day is going to be really huge. We're going to be building a lot of things, and on this page, by the way, we are going to be having a table layout form. We are also going to be having some metadata as well. So if you have seen in the finished build in the first video, right, I showed this whole demo, right? You're going to be having some metadata and stuff, which is again going to be dynamic from Stripe. So everything's going to be really dynamic, and we're going to be building all this today. So let's just get started. Let's just get started with this right away. I'm really excited for today. Let's finish this in style. So this is our project as we initialized. Now I told everyone to actually upgrade to a Blaze plan, because we are going to be using Stripe Firebase extension to connect our webhooks and stuff. And what our webhooks are, basically, they sit in between. You can think of it as actions, and any action which the user basically. And I'm going to explain more about webhooks when we reach that portion, but we need to be able to use webhooks, so that's why we need to upgrade to like a Blaze plan, and we need to be able to use the extension. So I told everyone to actually do this the day two's challenge, when we initialized our Firebase project. So all we have to do is and this requires your card, but it's not going to be charged. It's free of cost. It's completely free. So it's not going to be charging you anything. So you can just continue, and just basically it's going to take you to a Google Cloud console here. And all you have to do is just create your billing account and just enter your card, and it's going to basically upgrade to a Blaze plan. So as we can see, I'm already on a Blaze plan right now here. At my account here, I already upgraded to a Blaze plan in my other account, so I'm not going to do this again. But what we're going to be doing here is, for you might be seeing this screen when you go to Firestore database. So all you have to do is create a database and start the database in test mode actually. So all you have to do is click on create database and start the database in test mode, and then you have to click on next and just keep this as default, the location, and you have to enable this database. So database is actually enabled for you. So I'm going to be using 2 accounts to just show everyone what I'm going to be doing here side by side, but that's what you want to do right now. So set up your database, set up your Firebase, and let's go to Stripe as well. So the next thing we want to do is we want to create an account on Stripe. If you're using Stripe for the first time, they're the best, like the best payment portal on the planet right now. They're absolutely Even their landing page, you can actually see there, it's really, really beautiful. It's really and actually built with Tailwind too, by the way. All these things, their stylings actually. So what you want to do is you want to create an account here. And Stripe is really powerful. If you have no idea what Stripe is the most powerful payment portal. You can look more about their features and stuff on their landing page, in the documentation. But what you want to do is create an account, actually sign in, and once you sign in, you're going to be seeing this screen right here, what I'm actually seeing right now. And what we want to do next is we actually want to create a new account, right? And we want to just name this something like Netflix clone demo. So I'm just going to name something like this. And choose your country of operation, and then you want to create your account. And as soon as I create my account, it's going to take me to dashboard.stripe.com here, and my account's actually going to change, right, because it's a new account. So next thing I want to basically do is make sure this is in test mode, by the way, and of course to activate this in live mode. What basically test mode and live mode means is when you're actually doing this for production, it should be in actually a live mode, right? And right now it's in testing because you're actually developing this. So they give you like 2 types of modes, and for testing mode you get these test cards, which I showed in the demo in the first video. So you can actually do the transaction but with the test cards, so you can actually go through the whole payment flow, without actually putting your real card information. So this Stripe is like really, really good, so they give you these 2 modes. But we need to like activate your account to actually access the live data, which is like really easy. You don't just need to enter some information if you're building this for production or something. But it's actually the exact same. So the configuration steps are going to be exactly the same. They're not going to be different. Only things we have to change in production would be the keys, the API keys and the secrets. That's all. So the next thing we want to do is we want to go here, and as you can see, your Firebase Cloud Firestore is initialized. So we're going to be using Cloud Firestore, right? It is initialized. The next thing we want to do is we actually want to what we want to do is first we want to protect, right? We don't want to show if any user logs into our app, we don't actually want them to see the application. We actually want them to see the plan screen, which is this screen, right? So we need to protect our application first of all. So we need to add some logic on our index page. So if I actually open the build, this is so far what we have done inside of the build. So we will have a my list component here as well in the end, which is going to add your movies to my list. But here's where we need to have some sort of logic. So we actually prevent we need to have like a subscription. So how I like to do this is first we're going to be having like a subscription value for every single user. So what we're going to be doing is, let's say subscription is equals to false, right? I'm just giving a dummy value for now. So what's going to happen is we're going to say if there is loading, right, or if there's any subscription, and I'm going to remove these curly braces, and we're going to be saying if there's loading or if there's any subscription, and if the subscription is actually equals to null, which means there is no subscription, right, we are going to be returning null. This is just for our loading state, right? The next thing we want to do, so we actually don't show the UI. This is just for protecting that. The next thing we want to say, actually check, is we want to say if there is no subscription, we actually want to return something like the plans, right? Which is like you can just return like a div, just a div for now, and the div is just saying plans, right? So if I go back to the app now, and let's just start the server. So I'm using npm, right? So I'm just gonna say npm run dev to actually start the server locally, because this is our deployed app, right? And we deployed, by the way, in the day 1 and day 2, we deployed the app as well to Vercel, so to host it on Vercel, so it's actually deployed. Let's actually open localhost 3000 right now. And yeah, we immediately actually see the plans right now. So the reason we see the plans is because I added this line. So if I actually comment this line of code, we can see we actually are not protecting the app, right? So just adding this line of code is actually protecting our app. But the subscription is not going to be hard-coded like this. We need to get the real actual subscription for the user. And that's why we're going to be working with some custom hooks. So I'm going to be creating more custom hooks to just, just pattern recognition, guys. So you guys, you all basically get the idea of custom hooks and stuff. So more custom hooks, and we're going to be fetching our subscription, and that we're going to be getting an actual subscription for the user, and we're going to be making this check to actually return a different component. And I'm going to be also showing how we can protect, so this way we're going to be protecting and not showing the app to the user. So if I refresh here, we can see we're actually seeing the plans, but this is going to be a component. So let's continue with our Firebase Stripe thing. So the next thing, if you have already upgraded to a Blaze plan, next thing you want to do is actually go to your extensions tab here. As you can see, this extensions tab. And what we want to do here is we want to actually install this extension called Run Payments with Stripe. Now Firebase, the good thing about Firebase I actually absolutely love is actually gives you a lot of extensions. And if you have heard about Algolia search, it's like the best search. Like big companies, they actually use Algolia search, and they have an extension for Algolia search as well, which actually enables you to integrate this with your application. And they also have a bunch of other extensions. So if you click on all Firebase features, you'll just discover here explore or extension. And this is actually in beta, by the way. So actually gives you a lot of really nice extensions. If you look at here, they actually have SendGrid card reminders, they have Elastic App Search. So some of the really most popular extensions, they have translate text, delete user data, shorten URLs, resize images. So, and these extensions are really powerful, and they have good documentation on how to implement them. That's why I just, actually love Firebase a lot, because they have really nice extensions. So what we want to do is we want to actually install Run Payments with Stripe. So I'm just going to click on install, right? And this will actually take you to this tab. And if you're again not on a Blaze plan, make sure you upgrade to a Blaze plan. It's free of cost. It's not going to charge you anything. And most of my audience, I know they are actually working audience. So you might have a card, might have a debit card or a credit card. So just enter the card information and get to this Blaze plan. And after you get to the Blaze plan, what you want to do is continue this. Click on next here. And then we want to be able to click on that, and this is just telling us what APIs it's going to enable and resources it's going to create for us. So it's going to create these cloud functions, and the reason extensions are so powerful is because they actually create cloud functions, and they actually create all these things behind our back, so we don't have to actually manually do these things. That is why it's called serverless, right? Serverless Firebase, right? Because we don't have to actually do this ourselves and implement these things ourselves, and they actually do this, so we can actually focus on the other part of the application, like the UI and making other stuff, making user experience more top-notch. So they're going to create these functions like create customer a checkout session. They're going to be handling webhooks for us. So what we're going to do is click on next again. Right, and they're just going to ask that we access, we give access to this extension, and this means that we give access to authentication admin, our cloud Firestore, and the other stuff, right? So we give extension to give access to all these, basically, and then we want to click next again. And again, this part we don't want to be changed. You don't want to change this part. Just keep this as default. And this part, this is going to do is actually it's going to be connected with our Stripe account, which we actually created. So what's going to happen is this is going to be creating collections once you actually install this extension. This is actually going to be creating collections inside of Firebase. So if any user actually signs up to your website, they're going to be creating a collection of customers for them, and then they're going to also the plans which we're going to be adding inside of our Stripe, they're going to be creating a collection of products. So products is just like plans. If you want, you can change this to plans actually, but I'll just keep it as default products. And this is just the configuration collection, which we're going to, and this is optional again. We don't necessarily need to have this. And this one means it's going to sync new users to Stripe customers. And if you actually click here, it actually tells us, do you want automatically sync new users to customer objects in Stripe? What this means is any new users, the extension will actually create a new customer object in Stripe and add a new document. So we do want to sync, so I'm just going to enable our sync. And this, the next part here is, and if you didn't understand this part, what this basically means, if anytime a new customer signs up, this is actually going to sync that customer to our Stripe basically. and it's going to create a new customer. It's going to add that customer to the customer collection, basically. That's what syncing means, basically. And the next part here is actually saying, do you want to automatically delete? So what this part means, if you delete the user from Firebase, basically from the authentication tab, which we have, if you go here and if I click on authentication, we have users here. So if I actually delete any user from this tab here, this is saying that we want to delete it from Stripe's customer collection as well. And we want to delete it from Stripe, basically. So I'm not going to actually enable this. I'm just going to keep all default options, not going to not going to change anything except the sync one. And then we need these two things here. The second one is optional right now. The first one is what we need: a Stripe API key with restricted access. And this is very easy. I'm gonna explain you all how you will get this. You'll get this from Stripe here. So now if we actually go to Stripe, right, and we actually click on, so what we want to do is we want to click on settings, right, and the next thing we want to do is we want to be and actually we can just search through it instead of just finding it through. So what we want to search through is we want to search API keys, and you can see this actually exactly tells us where it is. So I'm going to click on that part here and actually takes us to the API keys. So it was on developers and API keys here. Okay, and what we need here for our Stripe restricted key, restricted access, is we need something called a secret key here. Now again, it's hidden for me and it's going to be hidden for you too. And we are going to be storing this inside of an environment variable inside our app. And this cannot be exposed to to the client. You cannot expose this to anyone. So make sure you keep it as secret. So I'm just going to do it right now because this is not an actual project for me. So I'm just going to copy this key, hide it back again, and just add it to Firebase here, and then we want to create the secret, right? And again, this is, as you can see, this actually starts with something called SK test, and again, this is a testing key for live. All we have to do is just change the keys. When you're actually developing the application live, right, for production, right, all you have to do is just switch your keys and everything else stays the same. You don't have to configure anything else. Everything else will actually stay in all your plans, all your products. You can actually, if you want, you can actually change them too. But everything you can do exactly the same. Only the keys, when you change, it's going to be live, and it's going to be like actual cards when you change it to live, and when you change it to testing, it's going to be like testing cards. So the next thing we want to do is, they are actually asking for us, asking us for a webhook secret. Now the webhook secret, we can actually go ahead and get a webhook secret as well, but I'm not going to do that right now. Right now I'm just going to install this extension because we can actually do this step and reconfigure the extension later, which I want to show you all. So how to do that. So we're just going to click on install extension. And this is going to take a while to actually, it might take 3 to 5 minutes. So we'll continue with the build, and it's going to install the extension for us. And hopefully it doesn't error out. It's going to install the extension. So let's actually go back to our application, and let's actually start building our plan screen, right? So we need to actually build the UI for our plan screen. So instead of like rendering a simple div here, we need to actually build our plan screen, our plans component. So what I'm going to do is, let's actually create a component called plans, right? And again, if this just a piece of advice, if this actually is going way above your head, or actually don't understand what's happening right now, just pause the video, and go back, rewind back, because those steps we actually did, they were actually super important, and we need to actually get through these steps correctly in order for this to work. So if this is actually way above, and if you're not getting anything, if you're a complete beginner, just pause it, just rewind back, and just rewind back through and just do it again, those steps, and you might get through it. Because I try my best to explain as much as possible and as simple as possible. But if you still don't get it, then or just just comment it out after the build, and I'll try to explain you myself. I'll be happy to help you. So I'm just gonna click RFCE, just use a really nice snippet here, and we have our plans component, and now we can actually auto import our plans. So we can just auto import our plans, So we have our plans basically, and right now if I actually go back to our build, we can see that it's changed to plans now. So now we can actually start building our plans component. So let me just open my plans, and this is going to be really nice component actually, because I'm going to be using tables here, which I haven't seen a lot of people actually use it in the videos. So I just wanted to do something a bit different this time, just use tables and stuff. So first thing I want to actually do is I want to actually get this head component, a really nice component from Next.js gives us. So let's actually get this head auto import from next/head, and I want to change this to just Netflix, because that's how Netflix is. It actually just shows you Netflix on the plan page. The next thing we want to do is we want to have a header, right? And the header is going to be having an image tag, and that the image tag is actually going to be if I go back to the plan screen, this is actually going to be the logo, the Netflix logo, and on the right side we're going to have a sign out link, and this actually looks exactly like Netflix, by the way. This exactly looks like Netflix. So we have a sign out link, we have a logo here, and we have some UL allies here, and we have a heading, and then we'd have our plans. So you can check out Netflix, actually looks exactly like Netflix. So for the image source, I'm just going to quickly get it from our components. I'm just going to quickly open the plans. So yeah, let's get the image source from here, just like this. Actually, I'm just going to quickly get the whole image, and we are going to be having this image wrapped inside of a link tag. And of course it's going to be a Next.js link component, and the reason we want to do that is of course because this image is actually going to be linked to the home page. So we just want to have this link, quickly just get this link, and inside the link we're going to have this image, and we want to auto import this from, so we have already imported this, but we're using TypeScript, so it's actually telling us that a property called href is actually compulsory, so we need to give that property, and it's going to have an href, and it's going to link to our home page. So I'm just going to be saying slash for our home page, and I'm just going to save this. So let's actually go back and let's check, and we have this beautiful image, and let me just actually open this side by side. So I think like this. So we have the image, and it looks like a link, right? But we are already on a home page right now because this is a component we are using, right? And let's actually get back to our Firebase too. So let's just after we build this, let's just build some more of the UI, and then we can get back to our Firebase and continue with that. So I'm just gonna have a button, as I said before, and this button is gonna be a sign out button. So, and it's going to be having some class name. So I'm just gonna have some class name here, and this button is gonna be text large. It's gonna be font medium. Again, font medium, and it's going to be on hover. It's going to be having an underline. So as soon as I save it, we can see on hover it has a beautiful underline. And for the overall header, we're going to have some class names as well, some styling. So first we're going to have a border button. We're also going to have the border color white, and opacity is going to be 10. And we're going to have a background, and the background is going to be a custom value of 141414. I'm just going to save it. As soon as I actually save this, and the background is actually the same as the background of the body, but we need to still give the background for the header, so we can actually have it as, so if for any reason we actually scroll, the header actually stays on top, and it has a background basically. So we need to make sure to give the header a background. So already looks really nice, and of course for the sign out button we need to have the logout function, right? And of course we can use our beautiful hook which we created on the second day, and that was actually the use auth hook, which actually contains all of our states. It contains our sign in, our logout, it contains our user. So if I press, it contains the error, the loading states. So I need the logout state, the logout function, I mean. And on click, all we have to basically do is we just have to say, And now, I mean, you can see the benefit of using custom hooks, right? They're really, really powerful like this. So we don't have to actually write logout function every single time, right? We can just have it in one place inside of our hook here, and what it's gonna do, it's gonna do all this stuff on its own just by using that function we created inside of a custom hook. So custom hooks are really, really powerful, you know. So we have our logout here, and as soon as I actually log this on, let's actually test this. What happens if I click on logout, right? So as soon as I click on sign out, it actually takes me back to the login page, and if I try to access my localhost 3000, it's gonna redirect me back to the login page. So let's actually sign in now, and as soon as I sign in, I'm actually redirected back to the plan screen. So let's actually continue doing this, continue building this. So after the header, we're gonna be having a main tag, and this main tag is gonna be having a heading, which is just gonna say choose the plan that's right, that's you know, right for you, just like how Netflix does it, right? And we're gonna style this. So I'm just gonna save this first. So we should be able to see. The reason we're actually not seeing this is, again, our header, remember, is actually fixed because we actually styled our header. If I go to global CSS, we actually styled the header here and we made it fixed, which means it does not take into account the height of the header, right? So it's actually sitting behind the header, our heading tag. So what we need to actually do is for our main tag, we need to actually say, let's just say padding top of 28, and as soon as I give some padding top, we can actually see the text now. So let's actually style the text, and it's gonna have some margin bottom of 3. It's gonna have a text size of 3XL, and it's also gonna have a font of a medium, right? Already looks so much better, right? And now after the H1, we're gonna have some UL, and inside the UL, we're gonna have some allies, and it's gonna be 3 allies. So I'm just gonna say ally times 3 to have 3 allies in place. The first ally, I'm actually gonna quickly get this from the repo because there's no point in me writing them out. So I'm just gonna quickly get them, and we have these 3 allies, and all these 3 allies are gonna be having some icons with them, and it's gonna be a check icon. So it's gonna be a similar check icon, right? And again, if you all want to like, so I'm just gonna get it from the outlined variant. If you don't want to repeat these class names, which I did here, you can just create a custom class name for them, or maybe have this li as a small component if you want to, you know. And there's a trick I showed in one of my previous builds as well, to just have this li as a function. But instead of creating a file as a separate component, you can just have it as a function here, and then you can render out that function basically, which is a really, really clean trick of actually doing this. So I showed this trick in one of my previous builds, so you can learn that too. So we have our 3 allies. We can see here their styles, you know, there's some basic styling. They're saying flex, item center. They have some spacing between them and a text of large. And now we want to have a div basically after this li, after this ul, right? We want to have a div, and this div is going to be containing our plans basically. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna have another div here, right, containing all the plans, and this div inside here, it's gonna contain our plan basically. So it's gonna contain our plans like this. And for every single plan, we're gonna have some styling here. We're gonna do some basic styling for the selected plan, and let's actually do that right now. So let's actually have a plan here, and what we're gonna do here is this. We're gonna give a custom class name, and it's gonna be called plan box. And again, this is a custom class name, which means we have to style this inside of our global CSS. And this is gonna have just the name of the plan, you know, the name, for example, which type of plan. So let's just say standard, you know, let's just say standard here, and this is going to be a plan, that red box, right? And let's just go to global C, and this is going to be dynamic, by the way. I'm just hard coding right now, but this will actually fetch from the, you know, this will actually fetch from our Firebase basically. This is going to be from our database. So this is going to be dynamic, you know, and it's going to be connected with Stripe as well. So let's actually continue doing the styling for this. So I'm gonna go into my globals, and inside of my globals, I'm just gonna quickly navigate to global CSS in a second, and we're gonna be having a plan box here, which is a custom class name. So let's just say plan box, and just gonna apply some styles here. So first we want to make sure that it's relative, and we want to have some margin left and right of 1.5. We're going to display this as flex. We're going to have a fixed height of 80 pixels, and for the width I'm going to be doing something really cool here. For the width, I'm going to be using a calc function. Before I actually do that, let me actually give this a background color so we can actually able to see this. So E50914, which is an actual red background for Netflix. At the width, I'm going to do something really nicer. For the width, I'm just going to use a calc function. So if you've used CSS, you might know a calc function we use in CSS, right? You can actually use this inside of Tailwind as well, but just, you know, giving these custom square brackets so you can write it. And now inside of this calc function, I'm just going to say 100% and divided by 3. And this is how Netflix was doing, by the way. So this is something I learned as well, which is like really nice, right? So if you actually do this, what this basically means, from the 100%, you're actually dividing for this single plan box, you're dividing by 3, which means all these 3 plan boxes which you're going to be having, the 3 plans, they're going to take equal spacing, right? Which is a really, really nice way of doing this. So it's just applying a calc function. The whole complete width is 100%, and we're going to divide that by 3 actually. So this was something I learned, was really, really cool. So we're going to have a cursor default as well, so it doesn't look like, so when I actually go to the text, it doesn't look like how it's looking like this. So we don't want this behavior. So we just say cursor default. And we want to make sure that the items are in center to centrally align them, justify center, right? And we also want to give some rounding, so round it small. And we already gave a background. We want to also say a font is going to be semi-bold, and we also want to give a shadow, just a shadow, and we're going to have some after pseudo elements. And for the after pseudo elements, what we're going to be doing is, first thing, we're going to be saying absolute. And this after pseudo element are, by the way, the pseudo elements, if you have no idea about after pseudo elements, you can just go ahead on Google and just search like after pseudo element in CSS, and you can read about it here, what it actually does. So you have basically a tag like this in CSS, let's say a link tag, and you actually target the after. Let's say you want to add an arrow, you want to add a border, so you can quickly actually do it like this. So what it's going to do, it's going to add an arrow after the links, as it's saying here. So you can read about it here on this website here. It's a really good website, or you can just Google search or some videos about it, you know. So I'm going to target the after pseudo element, right? And what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to be having, so what this basically means is going to select the plan box, and it's actually going to target the after pseudo element like this. Basically it's going to do it like this inside of the plan box. So that's typically what we're doing, but we are actually using Tailwind to actually do this. So we're going to say position absolute, and we are also going to say top full, which means we want 100% from the top for the after pseudo element. And again, this is, just think of it as a div. So we are basically adding a div after our plan box. That's all we are doing, and we are actually styling the div here. Instead of separately adding inside of our HTML, we are actually doing it with CSS. So that's essentially what we are doing with the after pseudo element here. And then we want to make sure from the left side, because it's position absolute, so we want to say 50% from the left side, and we also want to say it's going to be block. And now we also want to say it's actually going to be a negative translate x, and it's negative translate x of 1/2, which is negative 50%. Again, if I hover over these class names, you can actually see negative 50%. And again, this is all going to make sense when you have this displayed here. It's not displaying right now, but it's all going to make sense, just trust me. And the next thing we want to do is we want to have after, and we want to have a border of 8. And as soon as I actually save this, we actually see this in place, what's happening, right? So we see our div here. Again, think of this as just a div, and instead of in HTML, we're actually doing this inside of CSS. And if you want to do this inside of CSS, you can use something called before and after pseudo elements. So instead of after, if I actually used before, it would be like just on top here. But I used after, so it's like after the element basically. And I just give some stylings here, right? So if I just this styling, make sure that it actually stays in center. So if I actually remove that, we will see that it's not exactly in center. So make sure it's exactly in center. This is a neat trick in CSS to make sure that things are actually in center. Next thing we want to do is we want to also say the border bottom, because we don't want it to look like this, but inside on Netflix it actually looks like. So let me just go to Netflix and let me show you all how it actually looks in the actual real Netflix. I actually close this because it might actually play, but you can actually look inside of real Netflix that how it exactly looks. It looks like basically it does not have any borders, and the way I'm going to style this, you're going to see the changes here. So border bottom, I'm just going to say 0, right? And another one we're going to say border is we're going to make sure that the border is actually transparent, so we don't actually see it, but the overall border is actually transparent, but we do have a border top actually. So I'm just going to say border top, right? And the border top is going to have a custom color value of the Netflix's brand color, right, which is E50914. And as soon as I actually save that, we actually see the difference, right? So what basically happened is we made the border transparent, right? So if I actually remove this line, right, what happens is there is border, but there is no border bottom though. There is border on the left and the right side, right? But it's not transparent. So what we did is we just made it transparent, right? And by removing the border from the bottom, it doesn't look like that. So that's all we are actually doing here, making the border transparent, and we are giving a border top a different color instead of making it transparent. So we have it like this in a V shape basically. So we're just doing that. And I know it's a lot of styling. This is the main reason I wanted to give this a custom class name, because if you look at the styles, these are a lot of styles, right? And we don't want to do this inside HTML ever, because that's horrible if you do this inside HTML for every single box, right? Or not even for every single box, even for one box, actually it just looks a lot of styles. So just when you have a lot of styles, just make sure you separate them inside of your custom CSS. The next thing we want to make sure is we also want to say content property. It's working without the content, but we always in CSS, whenever we are working with pseudo elements, we always have the content property, and what we basically do is we keep it empty, right? We just keep the content empty like this. And on a medium breakpoint, we want this to have a height of 32. And also on a large breakpoint, we want the margin left and right to be 8. So, and we just basically save that. And these are all the styles, by the way. So if I make this bigger, we can see it's actually really huge. And the reason it's actually occupying this much right now is because we don't have the other two plans right now. So it's occupying the maximum space right now, which means the 100% and divided by 3, which we give the calc height, the calc width, So now let's continue actually doing this. So let's get back to our plan screen. So if I go back to my plan screen, we have our plan designed. So if I actually have 2 more here, so for some reason I can actually, okay, I do have 2 more, but the point is we are not actually displaying them as flex. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna style the container here. So the container we're gonna make sure to say flex. So it displays flex. We're gonna give it a width of full, and as soon as I actually do this, just by giving these 2 styles, you can already see it looks much better, right? But we also want to have some kind of max width constraint, right? Because right now we're not actually having this, and I think we're going to have this inside of our main tag, so it has some max width constraint. But before that, let's actually make sure they're centrally aligned, and we also want to say justify end And what justify and is basically going to do is going to make sure that they're on the end side, and you're going to understand this what I'm actually these styles when we actually style our main tag. It's going to make sense then. And we also want to make sure to say self end, and we also want to make sure on a medium breakpoint we want to have a width of for them of 3 by 5, which is actually 60%. And as soon as I actually save that, we already can see now it's actually taking 60% on a medium breakpoint. But as soon as you go a smaller breakpoint, it's actually taking the full width. So that's what essentially we're actually doing here. But now if I actually style the outer container here, I want to make sure to say margin top of 4 flex column, so it's just displaying as flex column, and this is going to give some spacing between the children of 4. And as soon as I actually give styles to this, we can see the styles applying here. So what we actually did here, we just said justify end, and what justify end means is going to horizontally align it at the end, and we need it with self end basically. So if I actually didn't do self end here, we can see it's not actually working. So it's actually self end instead of justify content. My bad, it's actually self end. It's not justify end, so it's actually the property called self end. So I do self end here. We can see it actually aligns itself. And what self end, we can see it's a CSS property called align self. And what this property is not for the children. This is actually for the parent itself. So this means this whole parent is going to be aligned towards the end basically. That's what this basically means. Whereas justify end on the other end, we do want justify end too, but justify end is for the children. It means it's going to align the children towards the end, whereas self end is it basically means if I do justify center, it's actually not working here. And let's just see maybe if I remove self and what happens. So yeah, I mean it's not applying right now. It's probably because of the it's so what's basically happening, as we can see. So as soon as I remove the width, right, justify center means it's gonna make sure the children are centrally aligned. Each of these plan boxes, they're actually centrally aligned. That's what justify center actually does. And because it was taking the full a full width, so that's what essentially was happening for. And these are, remember, so these plan boxes which we have, these are actually also they have a position absolute after pseudo element as well, right here. But yeah, let's just make sure to actually do this as self end. So I'm just gonna say self end to make sure that this whole container, right, this actually aligns itself towards the end. So that's what I did here. The next thing we want to do is let's actually style our main tag as well, so it all makes sense. And let's have a max width constraint. So a max width of 5XL, which is a value of 1024 pixels. And we also want to have some padding left and right. And as soon as I actually do that, right, it already we can see it already is, but this is not how we want it, right? Or I think this is how we want. We just want it to be on the end here. I just want it to be on the right here, but we're gonna fix that. So we're gonna also have a padding bottom of 12, some more padding bottom of 12 basically. I mean less padding bottom and more padding top. And we're also gonna have transition all. So when we actually resize this, it has a nice transition instead of snappy effect. And on a medium breakpoint, we want to have some more padding of 10. So that's our main tag. We have styled our main tag. We have styled our div here, and we have styled our container div here for the plan boxes. Now, outside of this container div, actually, we're going to be having a table, a very nice table component, which we are going to be creating. For the table, for the table for the plans, basically we're going to be creating that. And outside this table, we're going to be having a really nice button which is going to say subscribe, right? And this is going to be a really nice button. It's going to be a dynamic button. And of course this is not exactly how we want it to look, is because we still have the table styles remaining, so we have to still style the tables. Now, before actually styling the tables, let's actually go back to continue with Stripe Firebase extension, and let's actually complete make sure we actually complete that, before we actually continue further with this stuff. So let's just go back to our extension, and we can see our extension is installed correctly. Right, if you did everything as I did, all the steps, it should have installed correctly and should have been installed for you. So what we want to do now is we want to say get started here, right? And as soon as you click get started, we have this tab here where it actually tells us how this extension works. And this is going to be super useful by there, because you're going to be doing all these steps outlined here step by step. You're going to do all these things. So let's actually get started, and I want you all to be focused here, because we don't want to mess these steps up. These are super important to configure the Stripe webhooks and some stuff. And after we are done with this step, we can fetch our dynamic plans from the database, and we can actually go through a subscription process through the Stripe payment portal, and we can do all that cool stuff. So, and we can actually use this. We're going to be using this package as well, called Stripe Firebase Stripe Payments SDK. This is the SDK package we are going to be using to initialize Stripe in our application. But before actually doing that, we want to make sure to actually change the rules, Cloud Firestore, our database rules, as follows. So what you want to do is basically copy this, right? And the next thing you want to do is want to go back to your app. So I've already done this before, but I'm going to show you how I did this. So you want to go to Firestore database, and you want to click on rules. And remember, you should be on a Blaze plan, not on the Spark, because this is my other account, right? You want to click on the rules, and you will have some rules like this, but just replace these rules with these rules, the rules we copied from here. So just replace these rules and just publish them. That's what you want to do. So when you actually publish them, what these rules basically do, they actually allow and revoke some access. So because remember, we're going to be creating collections inside of our database, and we're going to be creating like checkout sessions. Remember, we had a collection called customers, which is going to create when every time a user signs up. So if they actually go through a checkout session, it's going to create another collection called checkout session, and it's going to create another collection called subscriptions, and another one called payments. So it's going to create 3 more collections inside of the customers collection. And it's also going to create some plans, right? When we have some plans inside of Stripe. So this is essentially, it's giving the permissions, basically the read and write permissions, because we want to actually do that inside Firebase. And if we don't do that, it's not going to work, because what's going to happen is actually going to revoke the access, database. So these are like the security rules, which it's actually giving access to. The next thing we want to do is we want to configure our Stripe webhooks. So it's telling us to go to the Stripe dashboard. And what we basically want to do is we want to use this URL, and you might have your own sort of URL. I have this URL here, and you want to basically copy this URL and go to your dashboard. And what you want to do is click on webhooks here. And if you don't find this, just search through webhooks, and it's going to give you this tab. So just click on webhooks. And inside of this tab, you're going to see test in the local environment and add an endpoint. What we want to basically do is we want to add an endpoint, right? And the endpoint URL should be this, right? The one we copied from Firebase. It'll be different for you. It'll be your project's name here, and then you want to select these following events. Now, these are webhook events. Again, webhook for beginners. If any beginners they're watching and they don't know what webhooks are, you can, of course, like just do a Google search on webhooks. What are webhooks? So if I actually search through what are webhooks, but basically, essentially, what webhooks are, as you can see here, they're automated messages. So think of them as notifications, basically. So anytime a user signs up, right, they're kind of like they're actually notifying Firebase from Stripe. So let's say a user signs up and they're actually notifying from Stripe to Firebase, or from Firebase to Stripe, right? It works both ways. And it actually sends a notification to actually create a subscription. So let's say user signs up to your database, they're actually inside of the database now. And because Firebase Stripe are actually connected together, what's going to happen is Firebase is gonna notify Stripe that a user actually signed up. So you have to, and they actually signed up to a plan, right? They actually subscribed to a plan. So we need to create a subscription for them. So we actually see a subscription inside of our Stripe. So that's what's gonna happen. So it's kind of like, think of it as notifications, that's what webhooks are similar to. But there are some cloud functions running on the back, as we saw before. So those are the cloud functions. That is the like magic happening behind the back, we don't know. So we have our endpoint URL here. You can add a description what this endpoint is used for. But what we want to do is add our events, right? So before adding the endpoint, we want to select the events. Now the events we want to make sure we select are these events. So the compulsory events are these events. So make sure you don't miss these events. These are important. The optional ones you can just omit it. These are just for text and for invoice and stuff. But make sure you add all these correct events. So we have product created, updated, and deleted. So I'm just gonna say search for them. Just gonna take them and add events, and we're gonna add more events as well. And there's price created, updated, and deleted. So I'm just gonna type price created, deleted, and updated. And you want to add more events. There's like checkout session completed, a customer subscription created. So checkout session completed, a customer subscription. So we have a customer subscription created, updated, and deleted. So make sure that we do these: subscription deleted and customer subscription updated, I guess. So we have these, and then we also want to add further events called, and the reason we don't want to add like all the events is because we don't want to, so you can see like, if we do this, like it's going to add like every single event, but we don't want to do this. Like, to think about it, like if we add every single event, it's going to basically be like really like messed up, right? Because we are adding unnecessary events, right? Unnecessary webhooks, basically unnecessary notifications we don't want. So we only want to have like particular events. We don't want to add every single event. We don't need it. We don't require it, right? Because it's gonna overload our database with stuff we don't actually need, right? So we don't want to add every single event. So that's why I'm actually going through these steps here. The next one is going to be intent processing and succeeded and cancel. And again, if you want to read about these events, you can just Firebase Stripe documentation is really good. So you can just search about a particular event on Google, and you can like read more about what that event is going to actually do. So payment intent processing, and what else is there? We have processing, we have succeeded and cancelled, and we also have cancelled, and we have the last one is going to be a payment failed. So we have payment failed, and next are the options. So I'm not going to be adding the optional events. If you want, however, you can actually add these events as well, and you can actually update them later as well, right? The next thing we want to basically do is we want to, using the Firebase console or the CLI, we want to configure our extension with the webhook signing secret, which something looks like this basically, and we enter the value in the parameter called Stripe webhook secret. So we need to enter the webhook secret. Just like the API key, there's going to be like a webhook secret, which is going to be created. So we actually add these events. We can see these events are added. And now what I want to do is I want to click on add endpoint. And when I actually do this, this is going to give us a secret. And you can see signing secret, right? This is the secret I'm talking about. This actually created a webhook for us. And when I actually reveal this, this is going to be my signing secret. And this is the webhook secret, right? And this is actually going to listen for events. Again, this is going to listen for notifications from Firebase. Just think of it like that. Notifications from Firebase. Every time a user signs up, they subscribe to a plan, they cancel a plan, they change a plan. Those are all like notifications which you're going to be sent to your Stripe. So they're going to listen to those notifications. So I'm going to copy this secret, and what I'm going to do, the next thing is, let's just go to our Stripe, and we want to reconfigure our extension. So what we want to do is we're going to go back to our extensions, just like here, right? And inside of the extension configuration tab, right, here's where we see reconfigure extensions. We want to click here. I want to make sure to add this secret. And now, first of all, we want to create the secret. And again, this secret shouldn't be shown to anyone, so make sure you protect it. Like, you don't want to expose this because again, it's a secret, right? And now we want to make sure to actually save this after we reconfigure this. So I'm just going to save this, and it's going to take a while again to update your configuration and update the parameters and stuff. So until that actually happens, we can oh, I think we cannot actually go back. So make sure you don't switch the tab after we actually do this. So make sure you don't actually switch the tab, because as soon as I switch the tab, it actually revoked the process, actually canceled the process. So I'm going to quickly do this again. So I created the secret. I'm just going to save it. So let's just, some extensions might not view. So let's just see what's happening here. Retry installing. So let me just quickly refresh this. And these errors might come for you too. These errors happen sometimes, but if these errors happen, what we can do is, oh, so this is actually working. So it was just had to refresh it. Okay. So it is actually updating the extension. I just had to refresh it. So it was just the UI was bugged basically. So this is working. So it's gonna take a while. Let's just go back to our application, right? And let's actually continue building this. So let's actually configure Stripe. Let's actually configure Stripe right now inside of our app. So remember, in the beginning, it actually told us that there's going to be this package we're going to be using. So if I actually click here, this is not found. But basically, this is the package. So we can actually see the name of the package, right? So this is the package you're going to be installing. This is the exact package you're going to be installing using npm, because this is the name of the package. So what we want to do is want to go back to the app, right? And let's actually do that now. So what we want to basically do is, I'm just going to quickly navigate to my so want to create a really, because I told you that I'm going to show a really nice folder structure. So we want to have a folder called lib, which is going to be a library folder for where we're going to be configuring our Stripe. And this is usually where the pros basically they have like a folder structure like this, where they have all the configuration. We can include Firebase here as well instead of separately. So we can have Firebase inside here too. So we're going to have a file called stripe.typescript, and this is where we're going to have our Stripe configuration. So we're gonna first of all actually install that package. So I'm just going to say npm and just so by mistake I pasted the wrong name. So I'm just going to change the name. I'm just going to remove the E, and this is the name of the package at Stripe Firestore Stripe payments. So this is going to install this package inside of our app, and you can see it's installed. Now I'm going to do a bunch of imports. So I'm just going to go to the finished repo, and just gonna find some bunch of imports and just gonna quickly get them. So these are the imports we're gonna be needing. We're gonna need create checkout session. Again, this is coming from this package, okay? And if you wanna like search this package, you can just quickly type this on Google, and I think it's gonna show you this package. So this is the package actually, you know, and you can open this on npm. So we can see this is the package that actually gives us all these really nice functions. And this is recommended by Firebase extension actually. So this is a good package, you know. It's a really nice package. So it gives us these things called checkout session, Stripe payments, functions, HTTPS, and these are like Firebase functions. Basically, the next thing we want to do is we want to actually get the payment, something called payments, right? And what we're going to do here is we want to run this function called get Stripe payments, and this actually accepts two things. First, it accepts the instance of your app, which is the app, right? And then it actually accepts options. And what these options are, so they actually accept something called customers collection, and we're going to retrieve the products collection. So if you remember, when we are installing the extension, we had like a customers collection and a products collection, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to actually retrieve these two collections inside of our payments, basically inside of our this variable. And I'm just going to say products here, and the next one is going to be customers collection, and this is going to be customers. And this is the name of the collection. So if you like, for example, instead of products, if you give the name as plans, you're going to say plans here instead of products. For me, I just didn't change the names, so it's products and customer. And this is going to allow us to actually retrieve the payments. Basically, it's not going to allow us to retrieve the the collections, but it's going to allow us to retrieve the payments basically. And what payments are, you can see it actually initializes the client and returns a handle object. And this is very important because the payments which we're going to be getting is going to be, we need to use these payments to actually to actually load our checkout sessions and stuff. So this is super important that we actually do this. Next thing, we want to have a load checkout function. So I'm just going to say load checkout, and it's going to be an asynchronous function. So we're going to say async, and it's going to accept something called a price ID, which is going to be a string because you're using TypeScript. So you have to make sure that what type it is. If I don't give a type, it's going to error out, as we can see, because it has implicitly as any type, right? So we want to make sure what type of price ID. So it's going to be a string. And what we want to do is here, we want to create our checkout, right? And again, this function which we have, create checkout session, is actually imported from the package. And this function accepts a payments. That's what we did, right? A valid Stripe payments object. So we need to send in the payments we retrieved. The next thing actually accepts options, accepts params, the session params, and these params, by the way. So these are the metadata, cancel URL, some params here, and you can again look about these again just by doing a Google search of for a create checkout session, and you're gonna get all these stuff, what they're basically used for. But we are actually interested in price, and the price is gonna be the price ID we actually retrieve back when we actually invoke this function. The second thing is going to be a success URL, which is going to be the window.location. It's going to be window.location.origin. And what I'm actually doing here, by the way, is actually I'm just saying, and what window is again, window object is present every time on your application. It has access anywhere on the application. So what window basically means, it actually is going to send the URL of your current window, right? Which means if it's localhost 3000, it's going to be localhost 3000. If it's actually another domain, it's going to be that domain exactly. So instead of saying localhost 3000 here, which we can do, by the way, I don't want to do that. Instead of saying that, we can just say window.location.origin, which is much much better, right? Because it's going to actually use the actual domain value of your of your origin basically. Next thing, we want to also have a cancel URL, and it's actually going to be the same exact because you don't want to change the success URL and the cancel URL. It's actually going to be, both of them are actually going to be the same. But if you do want to have a custom page, let's say if the checkout session was unsuccessful, or if the user canceled or something, you can just have a custom page, and what you can do is have the URL to that page. You can just say HTTP localhost, whatever that page is, and then you can basically redirect to that page that the user actually canceled or something. So if you do want to have a custom page, you can basically do that. And then we want to have a then, because again, it resolves a promise, right? So we need to resolve the promise, and it's going to have a snapshot. And what we're going to say is we want to say window.location location, and we want to basically assign. Now location has a bunch of different functions: reload, replace, assign. We are interested in something called assign. What assign is going to basically do, it's going to navigate to the given URL, as we can see, right? And we're going to assign a URL called snapshot.url. And the reason why I'm actually doing this here is because what I'm doing here is basically I'm just saying, if all of this is actually successful, right? If this is a success, right? Then I want to navigate basically to a Stripe payment portal. So this URL is going to be the URL to the checkout session, and it's going to redirect the user to this URL to actually complete. And this is going to be a Stripe payment portal. And this is something we are not going to be creating. This is given to us by Stripe. And the reason to use that is because that's really secure. It actually ensures trust between the customers, right? Because it's Stripe, right? And Stripe is a big payment processor. So that's the reason it's going to actually do that. Next thing, we want to actually make sure that if there are any sort of errors, we want to make sure to actually catch those errors as well. So just console log the error.message basically, and just save this. So we have our beautiful load checkout function, right? So this is actually done. Next thing we want to make sure we do is we want to export them, right? So we want to export our load checkout function as a as a named export, and we also want to export the payments as default because we're going to be using them as well, the payments object which we have here. So we have our payments and we have our load checkout. So we have our Stripe basically configured. We still have 2 more imports we didn't use, and we're going to be using them to manage the subscriptions. But let's actually test this now, that if this actually works. Let's first of all go to our Firebase and let's see if the extension actually is configured. If it's configured successfully, correctly, if it's green, it's not going to show us any errors here. This means it is configured correctly. And if it actually errors out as it did for me before, when I got that error, you can just try to refresh, just do it again, and it will work. I'm sure, it is going to work. So after actually doing this, what we can do is we can actually get create some plans inside of our Stripe, right? Because how will we actually get this dynamically? The way the webhooks are going to be working is that once I create some plans inside of my Stripe here, inside of our Stripe, right? And what I mean by plans is going to be like products. Plans are going to be like products, and they're inside of our products. Once you create some test products, they're actually going to be added inside of our database here if our extension is configured correctly. So we might see a collection of products here, basically, right? That's what we should see. And right now we basically see collection of customers, basically. And how we actually got this is because people are actually logging into the app, and because they're actually logging in, they're signing up to the app, so it's automatically creating a customers. And remember, this is my previous app. This is my actual Firebase account I'm using which I use for the finished build, right? So that is why this is actually creating, but it wouldn't be creating a collection for you. This is just doing it for me because this is already done before. So people are actually logging in and signing up to the deployed version. And what's sort of happening is actually creating customers collection, right? So this means that our extension is working correctly, right? So let me just remove this collection for now. So I'll just quickly remove this customers so we can see for ourselves. But again, if you see this again, don't like freak out, because this is only going to be for me, not for you. So because it's already done. So what we can do is let's go back to Stripe and make sure you're in the test mode, right? Now we want to click on our products and let's actually add our plans, right? So what I'm going to do is add a product, right? And here is where we can name our plans. So we will have like 3 basic plans in Netflix. So the first one is going to be basic, and we're going to just say basic here, and we can say some description about the plan, and we can say additional options. And this is so cool, by the way. So this is the part I wanted to show, right? So this part with the metadata is actually really powerful, because what we can actually do here is we can have different description, different metadata, like Netflix has it, right? So if you go to the actual Netflix, you can actually mimic what they are doing exactly. So actually log out from my this account, I actually log into an account where I'm not actually subscribed to a plan. So if I actually try to open, this is the actual Netflix, by the way, and if I click on finish sign up, we'll see the plan screen. So this is what I'm talking about, right? So we can actually add the metadata as these values here. So what we can actually do, and you can also upload the picture of the plan. If let's say you want to have a picture for a plan, right? You can actually do that too. So what we want to do for the metadata is we want to basically say video quality. Let's just say we're going to have like a video quality metadata, right? I'm just going to make sure to do it like this, because this is going to be a field which we're going to be retrieving inside of our application. This is going to be like really cool. Like you're going to be like mind blown by this stuff. This has insane amount of power, So we can do something like video quality, and then we can make sure that because it's the basic plan, so it's just going to say good. Right, and remember we're making the basic plan right now, and the resolution, we can say resolution, make it with a small r, resolution, and the resolution is going to be 480p, and we can also have like watch on your TV. So if I go add one more field here, this is like a portability field which I created. Now this can be anything, any field you want to have, but I just made it like portability, and the value is going to be like true. So I made it like true, which means like it's a tick mark, which means it is true. Now you can make it false as well, which is going to render like a So based on the condition true and false, you can render a cross or tick mark. So, and this is really cool, by the way. So let's actually add a price for this. Now for me, it's showing me in AD. If you're in US or if you're in India, it might be in your currency. So for me, it's in AED. So I'm just gonna make sure it's 29, and it's gonna be recurring. So we're gonna make sure we add this, and I'm gonna just say save and add more instead of just save, because we're gonna add 2 more products. So I'm just gonna say save and actually add more. And as soon as I do that, I get the same screen here. And now we want to make sure we are actually on the standard. So I want to make sure to name this as standard, right? And you can change this stuff later, so don't worry about this stuff. And again, we're gonna add some metadata for a standard, which is gonna quickly add video quality, and this is gonna be like better, and you can just say better, and there's gonna be some resolution. The resolution can be 1080p, so you can say 1080p. Portability is going to be true, and the price is going to be actually 39. So we can just say 39, and it's going to be recurring, right? Because this is going to be a recurring subscription. It's not going to be a one-time product, right? This is going to be a recurring subscription. And we can set the billing period as well, by the way. So we have a lot of different options. The Stripe is like really powerful, and you can have advanced additional options as well. So I'm just going to click on save and add more, and this is going to be for the premium. So it's just going to say premium, and again, just click on additional options, click on metadata. The video quality is going to be the best. We can have some resolution, and this is going to be 4K, and we can have portability, which is again going to be true. And again, I'm just going to save this. Now, as soon as I click on save here, so for some reason, oh, we need the price. Okay, so we need the price, and price is gonna be 56. Now I just click on save, and this is gonna save. This is our last plan. And now if I go back to products again, we see our 3 plans: a basic, a standard, and a premium plan. So we have these 3 plans. Now let's actually go to Firebase, because we actually created these plans, and let's actually see if we have like a products collection. Now, if we did this correctly, here we go, guys. Here we go. We have a products collection right away, and we have 3 products inside of this collection because we actually created. And this means our webhook is successfully working. It's configured correctly, right? This basically is an indication of that. And we have, if you actually look at this, you can see like standard, the name of the product, this is premium, and you can see this is basic. And the reason this is immensely powerful, right? The reason this is really powerful is if you actually change stuff here, this is actually going to be updated here as well. Or if you actually change it vice versa. And let me actually show you. So let me actually change it like from standard here. So if I actually try to change something here, let's just say the metadata, I try to change. So if we go back and look at standard right now, so this is our standard, and the resolution, we can see it's actually 1080p, right? So if I actually change the resolution to, you know, like 720 or something, let's just say, and if I actually save this, right, and if I go back to Firebase, we can see this is real time. It's already like it's changed, right? It's 720. So this is real time, right? And let's just see if we can actually change it from Firebase as well. If I make this 1080p and update this. So this doesn't work, however, so changing it from Firebase actually doesn't work. So that means the webhooks are only working from Stripe in this case. So if I change any information here, so if I actually see, let's just update, maybe it worked, but I don't think this actually worked. So this doesn't work, but it actually works from a Stripe. So if you change it in Stripe, it does work. So make sure you change anything in Stripe if you want to. But this is going to be like 1080p. So what we can actually do is, you know, just change it here in the metadata. So I mean, if I save this again, this should be changed. Yeah, so this is again changed to 720p. So the moment the webhook is actually sent is when you actually save this, right? So when you actually change this and when you actually click on the save button, the webhook is actually, the notification is sent to Firebase with the updated, the updated value basically. So that's basically what happens. So I say 1080p now. This is going to be sending an updated value here. So this is why this is like immensely powerful. And we have something called prices, and prices are again the price for this each particular, and it's going to give us a price in unit amount, which we're going to convert it into a nice value basically. So these are basically webhooks. Our webhooks are working correctly. They're successfully working. Next thing you want to be able to, and remember, if you actually anytime degrade to the Spark plan, the webhooks are going to stop working. So make sure if you're doing it for production, make sure you stay on the Blaze plan. Do not degrade yourself to the Spark plan. So make sure you always stay on the Blaze plan. So let's continue with this. Now we want to make sure we have the prices in our database. We have the plans. We want to make sure we get these plans dynamically inside of our application. So that's the next step, right? So let's actually dynamically get these values instead of hard coding them like this. Let's actually dynamically, because I love, I love dynamic stuff, right? I never hard code stuff. So let's actually dynamically get them. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to be having something called products. Now, how are we actually going to be getting the products is we're going to be actually doing server-side render for our products right here, basically, inside of our index TypeScript. And what I basically mean is the server-side render, which we are doing for the movies here, we're also going to be doing this for the products, basically. And it's very simple the way we're going to be doing this. I'm just going to say const products. Right, it's going to be const products, and it's going to be await. It's going to be an asynchronous function because it's an asynchronous function, right? So you want to say await get products, right? And get products is again a function we import from Firebase Stripe payments, and again it accepts two things. So actually go and do this again. We can see it accepts a payments which we created, if you all remember, in our Stripe configuration. So that is what we are going to import, the payments object. And the second is options again, right? The options is going to be active only, include prices. These are the four options. Now we are interested in include prices because we need the prices for every single plan, right? So I'm just going to say this to true, and this is like a true or false value. Basically, you can see set to true to retrieve the prices along with the product. And we are also interested in the active products only. Now what I mean by active only products is, let's say you have like 6 or 7 products, and let's say you make like only 3 or 4 of them active. And what I mean by active is when you go to Stripe, you can actually basically by just delete and archive this product. And if you actually do that, this means this product is no longer active anymore. And you can see this when you see this the product, you can see active is true here, right, for all these, because right now they're actually active, right? But if you actually try to delete any of these products, they're not going to be active anymore. But I'm only interested in the active products, right? So what we are doing is we're making sure only give us the active products, basically. So that's what we are actually doing here. Then we want to make sure to do then, and the response you're going to be receiving, I'm just going to say response, and we're just going to say catch, and the error is again going to be console.log, and this is going to be error.message. So after we actually do that, what we want to be able to do is we want to actually send these products as props, so we can actually use them, and then we're going to send them inside of our plans component here. So that's all we want to do. So we want to say products, right? We want to say products, and we're just going to keep the name as products for our products. So we're going to retrieve them right here, basically on the top. So we're going to say products, right? And again, this is going to error out because of course we don't have the type for this. And the way we can actually add the type, we can just say we have already created this interface. So you can just say products, and the products is going to be of type of product. Now again, I think we are going to import this type from, so Firebase Stripe payments, this extension actually gives us the type of the product. This is why this the package. This is why this package is like really cool, right? Because it actually gives us the type as well. So it actually gives us the interface of a Stripe product stored in the database. So this is actual interface. So we actually don't create this ourselves. If in any case it wouldn't give us, then we can create it ourselves as a type for a product. But it actually gives us, which is really nice. And it's going to be multiple products, right? So it's going to be an array of products. So, and now we can see it doesn't error out anymore. So we have our products, and now I can just try and console log and show you all that. Let's see we are getting back the products or not. So let's go back to the app, right? Let's open our console and let's refresh. Like right now it's actually erroring out, and it's actually telling us that has an unexpected token called export. Let's go to Stripe. So this is where, okay, so this is where it gets messy, right? So it's actually getting messy right now. It's actually saying that it's an unexpected token right now. So let's try to debug this. What's happening here? So we have our payments and we have our products here, and we are actually doing all of this correctly, and we're doing a server-side render. Basically, we're server-side rendering, fetching the products basically, and all these steps we actually did it. They're actually correctly done as well, and then we are actually sending back our products, right? But what's sort of happening here is actually saying that there's an unexpected token. So we're not maybe exporting this correctly somewhere. So let's go back to Stripe and let's actually see. We are exporting the function, so we don't need the function, we just need the payments. The payments are, so let's actually see where we are getting back the payments. So we are actually getting default import for the payment. So that means we are actually importing it correctly from lib/stripe, right? So I'm not sure why it's actually giving us this, but let's try to debug this, guys. Don't worry. This is where we get into situations like this, where you see me debugging this stuff. So we get our products, and I'm not able to console log the products here basically. But yeah, let's actually try to do something. Let's try to maybe let's try to actually cut the server and run the server again. I mean, it's not going to probably fix it, but let's actually try to see what happens. But we are still actually seeing these this basically we're still actually seeing this. I mean, one way to fix this, actually what we can do is, instead of the server-side render, but the reason we want to do server-side render is because we don't want any sort of the way we can actually fix this is we can actually do like a use effect as well. We can do something like a use effect, you know, and we can actually get the products that way, which is gonna be much more, which is not gonna error out anymore then, you know. But instead of doing that, what I'm trying to do here is I'm just trying to get the products basically, in a way. Basically what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to get the product, and maybe let's just try not to actually console log this. We are still getting this error. So server-side render means, of course, it's going to be without any sort of loading, so trying to eliminate the loading state. But I think the problem is here somewhere. When we are actually getting these products, we are actually not getting them maybe the right way, I suppose. Hey guys, so I figured out what the error was. I forgot to actually add one thing to the build, and I just like debugged this the second time, and I got into this sort of error when I was developing the application. And the error, the reason it's actually erroring us because it's actually not transpiling correctly. So we need to add a module called Next transpile modules. It's because we are actually using Next.js, and what's happening is actually not transpiling our node modules, like using the Next.js Babel configuration, and which is something we have to do when you're using, and you can see it supports all these types of extensions. So that's the sort of reasons, because we are using Next.js. It has hot reloading and stuff, you know, and that's the main reason it's actually not working the way it's supposed to. So I did this when I was actually developing this, right? But I just forgot this somehow right now. I just debugged this the second time basically. So yeah, what we want to basically do is I want to use this package. So I'll just go to just install this package. Want to basically npm install. So just copy this one and just go back to our app, and that is the main reason it's actually not working correctly. So if the next thing we want to basically do is want to make sure that this is actually added inside of our next configuration file. So nextconfig.js. So I already did this in the finished build. So if I go back to our build, we can see we have next configuration file, and this is what this package is, by the way. This is the package you're using, and we have to send the modules you want to basically transpile. So this is the module which is not correctly transpiled. So we want to transpile this module. And if you don't know what transpiling actually means, you can just read about it here. What we're basically doing is, because you're using Next.js and there's like hot reloading and stuff, and you know, it's not typical React app, right? And there's like server-side rendering we want to basically do. So we do want to make sure that this actually is transpiling. This actually is working correctly. Just know that it's actually configured correctly with this. So to make sure it works with Next.js, this is how we're going to be solving this. Now what we want to basically do is, I'm just going to quickly copy this exact next config, and we can just go back to our next config, and I'm just going to paste this here. And what we want to do, what I just basically did is I just changed our previous config with just something called with transpile modules, and we require this package, and then we basically send any package you want to transpile. If you want to send, like if you have any other packages which you want to transpile, you can just send in as an array here. And then we basically keep this as it is. And when we are actually doing the exports here, we can see module.exports, right? That's what we are doing here. What we're saying is we want to export this with transpile modules. So that's how we are actually exporting them. Now we want to save this, and because we actually changed the next config, we want to cut the server again, and we want to basically run the server again. So I'm just going to run the server again. Let's go back to our build, and hopefully this is going to work now. And if I actually refresh, here we go. So it's not erroring out anymore. This actually works. And we might get a warning in our console here, but you can just ignore this warning. This is something like cannot resolve encoding. This was a warning, and of course this is just the warning you get when you're using the transpile modules like this. So you will get this warning, but just ignore this warning. But this actually works now. So what we can do is we can continue building the products. So we do have the products now, and we just console log the products now. Let's see, and let's actually console log, and we can see we get an array of 3 values. So 3 different products. So it actually gives us 3 different plans, right? So we get these 3 different plans, and we have all the values. We have the metadata we give. So you can see this is the part I was like really fascinated about, because we added this metadata, we added our own custom fields, and it actually gave us these different custom fields, right? Portability, resolution, and the video quality for every single plan. And this is why it is like really powerful. Now what we want to do is, instead of console logging, we want to basically send these products inside of our plans. And of course, because you're using TypeScript, it does not expect these products. So what we can actually do is, inside of our plans, we can just have an interface, not interface, and we can say props, and all we have to do is basically you can just say the products which we are actually getting, is, we can just say, my friend is actually calling me right now, but yeah, the products we actually getting. So what we want to do is we want to make sure, again, we want to get this product interface directly from the Firebase, Firestore Stripe payments. So we want to get this interface directly like this. All we want to basically do is, now we can accept our products as a prop, and we can just send in like props like this. Yeah. So let's continue building our plans, right? So that's all we had to do to fix TypeScript, and now it's not erroring out anymore. Now we are sending our products directly to plans here, right? Now we can actually use and get the dynamic plans inside of our application here. So now what we want to basically do is, in the plans here, right here, basically inside of this div, what we want to basically do here is we want to get our products, and of course, because we are using TypeScript, if I do products dot, it actually knows that it's an array, right? So we can actually map through each and every single product, right? We can map through every single product, and we can have a division, and this is going to be for each and every single product. So because we are actually mapping through, we need to make sure we provide a key. And again, we have really good TypeScript, so we can see we get the really nice IntelliSense here. So product.id, right? And we have the key, and inside of the product, we're just going to say product.name basically, and we're just going to actually save this. And now this should be actually dynamic. And we can see, here we go, we get 3 products: basic, premium, and standard. It should be the other way around, should be basic, it should be like basic, standard, and premium. So it should be like in that sort of way, but it's actually showing us basic and then premium and then standard. But that's okay, we're gonna fix that. But we have the 3 plans at least, right? We have the 3 plans rendering out for us. The next thing we want to basically do is we also want to make sure that we also want to make sure, so what we want to do is actually complete the UI for our product. And the reason is we are actually not getting that because we don't have a class name of plan box, so we need to have a class name. And as soon as I actually do that, we get basic, premium, and standard. You get 3 different plans here. So we have 3 different plans. Now let's make sure we continue this, right? And now we want to make sure we create a table, a very nice table sort of layout for these 3 different plans, right? So they're actually like in a table layout, and we get those values like how it's in Netflix. We get all these values. So let's create our table component, which is going to be our next table component. And again, we can just simply, change these plans, just basically change them however you want to. And if you want to change any information in each of these plans, you can pretty much do that, So let's go back and let's create our the table component. So I'm going to create a new file inside of component called table.tsx. I'm just going to say rfce, just import and just auto import our table. So not from material UI. Remember, you auto import it from your component, not from material UI. And we have our table right here. Now let's actually create this beautiful table component now. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm actually gonna open my components actually and show you all how we can create our components. So just a second, I'm just gonna open the table in my components. So we have our table. So of course the outermost container is going to be a table. Now instead of a div, we are going to be using a table, right? A semantic HTML. Now we have something called table body tags inside of HTML. So we're going to be using table bodies and table rows. And now we're going to be using table row. So we're going to have a table row inside of something called a table body. And a single row is going to contain something called table data, right? And the table data is, the first one is going to be for the monthly price. Basically, it's going to be the monthly price, right? This is going to be monthly price like this. And the next table data is going to be for our, and we're going to be retrieving products here as well inside of our table, from our plans. So we're going to be retrieving products. Just going to say products here. And we are also going to be retrieving a selected plan, which is going to be like a prop for our each and every selected plan which we are on right now. Because in Netflix, if we go, we can see, right, when I actually click on any of these plans, by default they actually select the premium one. So I refresh, you can see I'm on the premium. But if I actually choose any plan, it actually selects and changes the styling based on the one which is selected, right? So we want to make sure to have a selected plan as well, right? So let's actually build this UI. So we're going to be retrieving something called products, right? Again, the way to actually do this, I'm just going to quickly copy this interface. And I mean, by now you should be used to TypeScript if you are a beginner to TypeScript, because you've used TypeScript so much in this build. And all we actually do is we just basically apply, types like this. We have some props which we are retrieving, and we have these types which we create. And sometimes the types are actually imported from the libraries which we are using, like any npm packages we are using, they're actually imported directly from them instead of us and making the types for them. So we are sending the products for the table. So this table data is going to be for the monthly price, right? Then we are going to be having our products, right? And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be mapping through each and every single product, right? Again, we're going to do the mapping thing. And here, what we're going to do is we're going to render a table data. And table data is something like you can think of it as a table. Data is just inside of the table row. Of course the table data stuff, right? What goes inside the field basically. That's what a table data is, right? And what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be having the price here for every single product, and we're mapping through, which means it's going to be dynamic, right? So what we can do here is we can just say, because we're mapping through, we need to have a key. So make sure we have a key. So for every single product, we're going to have something called an ID. And here we're going to be having, so I'm quickly going to copy something here. I'm going to copy from my table component, and I'm going to explain what it is basically. So I'm just going to copy this line of code here, and let's go back to our app here, and I'm just going to paste this. And what I basically just did and we can see immediately as I save it, we get the dynamic prices, right? And these are the correct prices. We just need to make sure the order is correct. Like after basic, we need to see like the standard and then the premium, right? So the order is not correct, but everything else is correct. So the prices you're getting are correct. So remember I told you all that before, like the prices are in unit amounts. So what we actually did, if I actually don't divide by 100, we will see that there will be like this. So the prices are something like that. So to make sure that they are actually correctly in the correct currency, what I did is I just divided by 100, and we can see now it's actually just like Netflix, it's in the correct currency format. And this is how, of course, you can get the exact price. You can access the first index of the prices, because prices, again, it's going to be an array, right? So you want to access the first one, which is going to be for the amount. And I'm just doing this thing here because if I don't do the exclamation mark, it's going to say object is possibly null. So what I'm doing is I'm protecting this here in TypeScript. So the next thing we want to basically do is we have a table row and we have a table data. Of course, we want to make sure we style this table data as well, because we're not actually styling this. So again, for styling, we're going to have a custom class name here because you don't want to repeat ourselves. So the class name is going to be table data feature. And we're using a lot of custom class names as well in this build. So we have something called a table data feature, right? And now what we can do is go back to our global CSS, just do table data feature, and just apply some class names here. So for our table data feature, we're going to be having a width. Again, the width we're going to be smartly using a calc function here to calculate the width. And again, just going to say 100% divided by 3, just like we did it for each and every single plan box. And we're going to say some padding overall. And we're also going to say text of center. And on a medium breakpoint, we're going to change the width and we're going to calculate the width again. And here, this time, we're just going to say 60% instead of like 100%. So on a medium breakpoint, we're going to divide the width, give the width as full of 60% and divide it by 3. And the reason we are actually doing that, if you remember, is because on a medium breakpoint, we actually had, so if I go and show you medium breakpoint, we actually had the width of 60%. So this is the reason we're actually dividing the width by 60%, because the full width is actually 60%, right? This is the reason we're actually doing like this. Next thing we want to basically do is on a medium breakpoint, we also want to give some more sort of padding. So we're going to say 3.5, and let's just save it. As soon as I actually do that, right? I mean, if I don't actually do that, we can clearly see it's not in the center, right? As soon as I do that, we can clearly see it is actually exactly in the center, right? And this is how we want. Of course, it's not responsive right now because you have to still complete the styling. But this is what it means. So this is the monthly price data, table data, and this is the table data for each and every single, for each and every single column here. Now let's continue. Let's continue building this. So after this table data, okay. After this table data, what we can do is after this table row, and for the table row also, we're gonna have some class name, and again, this class name is gonna be again a custom table row. And this class name, there's going to be class name for this, which is going to be again a custom class name, table data title, right? So this is going to be table row, table data title, and again, let's just quickly get them from our global CSS, as this is going to be straightforward. So we have some styling for the tables, as we can see. So I'm just going to copy this, and go back to our global CSS, and instead of this, we can just quickly just paste this. So for the table data title, we just have a width full, some styling here, text of white. On a medium breakpoint, we are just reducing it to 40%. And for each and every single table row, we have like flex wrap, item center, a font of medium, right? All these styling. So let me just save this, and now it actually should have changed this stuff. Yeah. So we have our table data. Let's continue actually doing this, continue building. So we have our custom styles, right? For each and every table row. And for the table body, what we are going to be doing is we're going to be having a divide Y. And what a divide Y in Tailwind is actually basically something really, really cool. And what it basically means is it's going to add a border between the children, basically. And that is like a really cool utility class inside of Tailwind. So if I actually save this, because I don't have any other row right now, but if I actually copy this row, let's just say, we can see there's a border between them, right? And I did not add that border, right? I mean, as a separate, I just did divide Y, right? And if we actually remove this, we can see that is the border it creates. So this is a really good utility class, and it adds the border between the children. So if I have more children, it's going to add more borders, but just between the children. And you can actually have the thickness control for this. You can say 4 to make it more thicker. So this is like more thick now, and you can just like a border. It basically works exactly like a border. But for the next table row, I just copied this, but instead of monthly price, it's going to be video quality. It's going to be video quality. So it should change to video quality, and we have our products.map. Right, and again, we're going to be needing something called a selected plan as well. So before we continue, we actually should change this now. And instead of price here, we are going to be having a product dot metadata. Now this is the cool stuff, right? So metadata, remember, it contains all this stuff, right? So if I press dot, of course I don't get the intelligence because I don't have a type for this. But it is a collection, so it's an array of different, basically, so it's an object, so it's not an array, it's an object with different values which we give, remember? So if I say dot video quality, remember that was the field, right, which we give. And if I save this, here we go, good, best, better, right? So you get all these values. Now, before we actually go further with the other stuff, let's actually make sure we actually do the selected plan thing first. So let's actually make sure we can actually quickly, so I'm just going to quickly open this thing. Just a second, I'm just going to open this selected plan. So I'm just going to, let's get back to our plans component. And here's where we're going to be having a selected plan. So we're going to have like a piece of state basically, which is going to say selected plan. So on top here, just after logout here, we're going to have a piece of state called selected plan. And what we're going to say is we're going to say set selected plan, and this is going to be a use state, right? It's going to be a use state because it's a piece of state. So it's going to be use state, and I'm just going to give like some type here, of course, because this plan is going to be like it's going to be for a single product. So I'm just going to give the product tab, or it can be a null as well. So by default, it's going to be null, right? Because by default, and by default it's not going to be null, sorry. So by default, it's going to select the products, right? Because we have the products, right? And it's going to select the third one, which is going to be the premium one, right? Because that's what Netflix does, right? So whenever you refresh, if I refresh right now, you see it actually switches back to premium. So by default, from all the 3 products, they're actually selecting the third one. But when we click on any of this, it actually changes and switches your plan. So what we are actually doing here is we're saying selected plan and set selected plan. And by default, we want it to be the third one, right? That's what we are actually doing here. Now, if you actually go down to this products map, to this div here, the plan box, what we can actually do here inside of this class name is we can open our template strings, right? And we can do something selected plan. So if it's a selected plan, right? Because we are actually giving the type of product, right? So it's going to be a type of product. So we can optional chain here to protect because it can be null. So we can say selected plan.id, if it is actually equal to product.id, what we are actually doing is we are actually checking here if selected plan is actually equal to the product's ID. Then what we want to basically do is want to basically say opacity of 100. Otherwise, we want to reduce the opacity to something like 60, right? And just save this. And if I actually do that, immediately we can see by default, since we selected the third one, and right now by default the third is the standard, not the premium, which we are going to be changing, but it actually changed here. Now I do want to change this plan when I click here, right? Because right now when I'm clicking, nothing's happening, right? So what we can actually do here is we can have an on click, right? And the on click, we can have an inline function, and we can just say set selected plan to the product. All we have to do is set the selected plan to a product. And what this is going to do is going to change our piece of state to a different piece of state now. So when I actually click here, look at this, guys, right? It's actually changing my plans right now. So when I click here, it's actually changing. This is how simple it is. And when I actually refresh this, this is going to select the third one by default, which is the standard for now. Now again, we also want to make sure that we actually send the selected plan inside of our table component. So it's not accepting this prop, so we can just say selected plan, and it's going to be a single product. Now it's going to accept something called selected plan. And now here, inside of our table here, what we can actually do is inside of the table data feature, I'm just going to do it together, select both of them, and what we can do here is open our template strings, and what we can do is we can just say table data feature. And again, we can just say selected plan .id, right? If it's actually equal to the product .id, if it's equal to that, then we're gonna make sure the text is, because you can see on Netflix the text is actually gray here, but only here when it's active. This one, the text is actually red. So we want to make sure to actually do that. So we are saying we are actually doing that right now. So we want to make sure if that is actually true, we want to make sure this is the Netflix branding color. Otherwise, the text is actually going to be just simple gray custom gray, And if I actually save that now, and as soon as we go back to our website, it is actually changed now. Immediately we see the changes, right? So this is how it actually looks now. I mean, and this looks really, really nice, right? We have our plans, and now the plans are actually dynamic. They're actually, and by the way, the coolest thing about this is they're actually server-side rendered. So if I try to refresh this, and we don't have any sort of loading here, right? But they're actually server-side rendered. And we're gonna fix this issue, which is happening, like that issue. We have to fix that. But this is actually server-side rendered, right? But yeah, let's continue with the other table rows. So we have our 2 rows right now. But we're gonna have 2 more rows. So just like this, quickly, I'm just gonna quickly get this because we have already done this. So what I'm gonna do is quickly get them from the components inside of our table, and they're straightforward, just like this. We're gonna get some metadata stuff. So what we're gonna be doing is we're gonna just copy these 2 table rows, and I'll just paste them here. And we need some imports, like we're gonna be having a check icon. So we're gonna get some check icon, and I'm just gonna save this, and let's get back to our website. And we can see, here we go. So all I basically did is added 2 more table rows, just the same way. And if you want, again, in this scenario, if you want, you can create a different component for each of these table rows as well, to have like a separate component, but I just didn't feel the need to actually do that. So I just did it like this. And what I basically did is added the resolution, and in the last one we added the portability. Now for the portability, we can do something like really cool, which I did not do. So what you can do, if the portability is actually true, because it's a string, remember, true or false for string values, and only if it's true, we actually made sure to have a check icon. But what you can do, if it's actually false, you can have like a ternary operator here, and you can actually render a different icon, which is like a cross icon instead of the thick one, which is again going to be really like a dynamic, So you can add this stuff. So you can see we have our table complete, and it's completely responsive. Look at this, guys. So this is what we are doing. So on a smaller screen, this is how it actually looks. And how is this happening actually? All we are actually doing is our table. And let's go back to our table we do have a selected plan, so this shouldn't error out. It's saying the type product or null is not assignable to product. So for some reason it's so this should be product or null instead of just product, and we need to make sure to actually protect it here as well. Okay, so that's all we actually needed to do. Yeah, so now it is working. So this is why TypeScript is really good, by the way. Like, it actually prevents us from getting into unnecessary errors, right? So we have our table. So the way this responsiveness is actually working is we're just making sure to actually do this, right? We're changing the width, and also for the table, for the table itself, I think we don't have any styles, but for all these rows and stuff, if I go and actually show you this, we are actually saying different styling, and we are actually also making width of full, right? So what we are basically doing is, for this container there, we are saying on a phone screen we want this to take the full width, right? So we're actually taking the full width, right? And for the monthly price, video quality, and the resolution, which is again the table row, right? So if we go actually table, it's actually called table data title, right? So what we are doing is we are just saying on a medium screen, we want it to take 40%. So by actually doing that, what we are actually saying is, if I actually remove this style, we can see it actually looks like this. But by just saying take 40%, that actually takes 40%, and the rest actually takes 60%, right? Because remember, we are saying 60% here, right? So the table data features, they actually take 60%, whereas the table data title actually takes 40%. So it actually adds up to a total of 100%, right? So that's how we are actually making the responsiveness. And this is how Netflix is doing, by the way. This is exactly how Netflix's architecture works too. And we can like change around these values, but this needs to add up, both of these needs to add up to like a total of 100%, so they're actually on the same line. But on a default phone screen, what we are doing is we are actually giving this a full width, which means that it actually takes the width of full, as we can see here, right? So this means it takes this full complete line, and it's actually on top of the table data here. But a table data still actually takes like and the table data also takes 100%, but then it's divided 100% by 3. So that's how we are actually dividing the responsiveness, and you can tweak this to your own needs, and when we click, it actually changes the plans. And the last thing we have is a subscribe button. So of course, when we are actually selecting a plan, we want to make sure the user actually subscribes to a plan, right? So the way we can actually, and this needs to be in the center as well. Right now it's actually not centrally aligned, so let's actually make sure that it's in the center as well. So let's get back to our plans, and let me see what we actually missed, if we missed something here. So we missed something here, and what we missed is we missed MX Auto. So we did give a max width constraint, but we forgot to add MX Auto here, and as soon as I actually add that, it's immediately in the center now. And it actually looks like just like Netflix, but it looks much better. I mean, I don't know about you all, but like it looks much better to my eyes when it's like dark mode, instead of the typical white mode which Netflix has. So it looks much better with the dark mode. So we have 3 plans. Now, of course, we need to change the order as well, but before we actually do that, let's have the button in place. So let's get to our plans, and let's have the subscribe button. So I'm just gonna quickly get this button actually, and then gonna explain some styling I did for this button. So just gonna change this button. Now, of course, this button has a bunch of stuff. The first thing it has is actually has a billing loading. So of course, when we click on the button, it's gonna be an asynchronous function, right? So it's gonna take you to redirect you to Stripe payment portal, and it's gonna take a while to actually do that. So for that particular while, because we don't want the user to just keep waiting and not know what's happening, right? So you want to have a sort of loading. So what I did basically is I actually added a loading state. What we can do is we can have something like is billing loading, and we can set is billing loading to a piece of state. And it's not is billing, it's actually just billing loading, if I'm correct. So that's what I actually named it, set billing loading. And by default, it's actually going to be false, right? But it's only going to be true when the user actually clicks on the button, right? So now we have is billing loading. So it's actually is billing loading. My bad. I'm sorry. Is billing loading set billing loading. So this is billing, and this is just set billing loading. Yeah. So we do have is billing loading, and what I'm doing with the button here, so we're gonna have this subscribe to plan function, and we're also going to be having a custom loader, by the way, a custom loader component. So there's like a lot. I told you this day 3 we're gonna be learning a lot of stuff, and we also have like an account. I think we also have like the account page remaining. So when the user actually signs up, we need to have like an account page, and where we're gonna be having a managed subscription and stuff like that. So that's like the last portion after we actually successfully go through this this step. That's gonna be the last portion for this build. And instead of like doing like this, let me just quickly get, because the loader is a very straightforward, simple component. All we have is an SVG basically, which I found from Google. I just found this really nice SVG, you know, and what I basically did is just had added some class names to this SVG, and what I basically did is we're just sending a prop called color, and this is another shorthand way of writing your types. Now instead of typing props here, if there's just one single type you have, like for example I just have color, I'm not going to accept any other props here. So what I did is I just said color and then just give the type like this. So this is another way of writing your types, like in using TypeScript, you know. So for the loader we just have a custom SVG image, and you're just changing the color. We're just sending a color prop here, we can see, you know, and we're just going to auto import this. So we have this color prop, and let's just get back to our website. So we can see the subscribe button. Now if I want to show you the loader, I can do something like this, and you can see, we can see the loader right now. And what we are basically doing is sending this dark fill gray 300, and this is the reason we are actually doing that is because this loader had some Tailwind styles, you know, and we had to change this this color to something like gray, fill gray 300, so to make sure it looks like this. If you want it to be more dark, you can do like 900. You can see it actually changed right now. If you don't want it to be like gray, you can say red, or it's already red, I mean, so you can say something like yellow, and you can see it changes to yellow. So you know, you can tweak these values, and this is like our custom loader, and it's only going to be shown when the user is actually clicking on subscribe. So we don't want the users to be just not knowing what's going on, right? So that's why we're actually doing this. So all we are doing is we are checking if the billing loading is true. We want to display the loader. If it's not true, we want to just display the text called subscribe, which you are seeing right now. And then we have this custom function called subscribe to plan. So when the user actually clicks on this, they're gonna be going to like a payment portal thing. And we want the button to be actually disabled, because we don't want the user to click again, right? So the user only clicks on this button, and the function only invokes one. We don't want to keep invoking the function again and again, right? So we don't want to actually do that. So we disable the button when there is no selected plan, or when there is like billing loading. That means like if billing loading is actually true, right? So let's go on top and let's create this this function, subscribe to plan, you know, and let's have this function. So again, this function, first what we're going to check is we're going to check if there is no user, and the way we're going to check this is we're going to get the user from our authentication hook, just to protect ourselves. So if there is no user, we want to make sure we return, because we don't want to actually do this, right? Just to protect ourselves, you know. And then we're going to run the function called load checkout. Now load checkout, remember, we created this custom function inside of Stripe, and if I go back, it accepts something called a price ID, right? And what it's going to do, it's going to create a checkout session, and this is going to be provided by the Stripe portal, by the way. It's going to be like really cool. So what's going to happen is we want to provide a price ID. Basically, the way we can actually do that is because we are on a selected plan, we can select our prices, right? And what we can do is we can go into the first one, because we need to get the ID, right? So we're going to select the ID like this, and we want to make sure to actually put an exclamation mark, so it actually protects, you know, and doesn't error out, so it's not null. So we need to provide this ID to this checkout session. So this ID is really important. What this ID is going to do is going to actually tell the Stripe payment portal that which plan the user actually selected, right? So we want to use the selected plan, because when the user clicks, we want to choose that particular plan's price ID, and we want to send that. Next thing we want to do is we want to make sure the set billing loading, right, is actually set to true. because you want to make sure as soon as this happens, you want the billing loading to be true. Now let's actually test this. If we did everything correctly, this should work in the first go, right? This should work in the first go if we did everything like correctly. So when I actually click here, this should work, you know. And just before like moving forward, let's also change the order of our and let's also change the order of our plans, you know, because right now our plans are not in the correct order, right? The standard, basic. The way we can actually see figure that out, I guess, is we can just maybe, I mean, I'm not sure how we can actually figure how we can actually have the plans in the correct order, because we are actually getting the products dynamically, you know. So there is not so much you can just maybe go to Stripe and you can just try to let's just try to actually archive this product, you know, and we'll be able to see what kind of happens as well. So if I go back to our app and if I refresh this, you can see it actually does not give me any premium plan anymore. The reason is because remember we chose something called active, right? So because we chose only active products to be shown, it's not actually showing me the product, the premium one, right? Because it's not active anymore because we archived it. But let's actually add another product and let's just say make it premium. You know, let's add the metadata. Let's just say video quality is gonna be best, resolution is gonna be 4K, and the portability is gonna be true, and the price is gonna be 56. And let's just save this product and let's just see how this works out right now. And let's just refresh. And yeah, this works now. So now it actually works. So so if you want to keep them in order, just maybe delete the premium and just add it again, and this is gonna work then. Now we can see the archive product, it contains a premium product, whereas the available are the active ones, right? And it's only going to select the active ones. So we have a premium, and let's just try to be on the premium, stay on the premium, and let's just try to see if this actually works. If this actually takes us to a Stripe portal, this means we have done everything successfully and everything correctly. If this actually takes us, and here we go, it redirects us to Stripe, let's go. Here we go, boom, guys. So we have done, it works in the first go. That means we have done everything correctly, you know, and Stripe actually gives us something called Google Pay as well. So you can add like Google Pay and stuff. And of course, I don't want to add that right now. I don't want to show my Google Pay, but you can add Google Pay and different stuff on Stripe. So right now we see like this is kind of like a bit of like boring, like we don't want the branding to look like this. Maybe we want to change some branding, you know. Now how do you actually change some branding? So again, it's very easy. What you can do is first of all, let's actually see if this actually works before changing the branding. So because remember it's in test mode, we can use something called Stripe test cards. So if you type Stripe test cards, you will see that if you go to this link here, they will actually show you the values for the test cards. Now I'm going to be using the Visa card here, the 4242, this one, but you can like try some error cards, you know, some cards which are like false, you know, which will error out for you and stuff. So you can try like different cards here. You can see MasterCard and stuff like that, but I'm going to just try the Visa card here. So let's go back and let's try this card and let's see if this actually works. And you can see it actually gets my exact email I'm logged in from. So it gets that email for me. But let's try keep doing this. So let's just say 42424. For the name, let's just say this name. And let's just select anything here. And let's just click on subscribe. And don't worry, I'm going to be showing you all how you can change all the branding here, like the background color and the button color. But let's see if this actually should work. Now, this did not actually redirect me to the home page, but again it took me the plan screen. The reason this happened is because if I actually go back to our home page, we can see we are actually not pulling the subscription, right? The subscription, we made it to be false, right? And we just made it to be false, whereas the subscription is actually true right now. So this is what we should see right now, but I'm just hard coding the value of subscription here. We are not dynamically fetching the subscription. So let's actually do that right now. Like I think we should do like dynamically fetch the subscription, so I can show you all how we can create like a custom hook and we can dynamically like pull the subscription, and that way we're going to get the actual subscription value, not the hard coded one here. and this is gonna like directly like redirect us to the home page. But if we see if this actually went through, right, this transaction, what we can do is we can go back to Stripe, right, and we can go to payments. And if I go to payments, I see I just received the payment of 56 currency, it's in AED, and I can see the customer as well who subscribed, and this is actually succeeded, right? And if I go back to our Firebase, and we actually click on the database here, we should have like a customer. So we do have a customer, as we can see, and the customer went through a checkout session. So it created a customer for us, right? And this checkout session, we can actually see, right, it actually went successful, right, the checkout session, and we got an amount of 56. So we actually see the customer here, right, and we can see more details about this, and we can see the customer is created on this particular date. It's a subscription, and we have the price ID, we have the success URL for the Stripe checkout as well. So we can see we can get all these different bunch of values, and we can actually get this from here as well. And we can actually manage the subscription from here as well. So if I go on subscriptions, we can cancel subscription directly from Stripe. We can, if you want to create a subscription directly from Stripe, we can do that too. Create a subscription for any different customer with a particular email. You can control everything. But we see that this actually went through, right? So this was successful. All we have to do now is we need to retrieve the actual subscription. So let's actually work on that now. Now to actually do that, we're going to be having a custom hook. So this is going to be our second custom hook. So let's actually create something called use subscription.tsx, right? And again, I'm just going to say RFCE. And if you remember, we created our use authentication hook. It's going to be like kind of very similar to that hook, right? We're going to have some different bunch of stuff here. So let me just go back to this hook, and what this hook is going to have first of all, it's going to have a piece of state, right? And this piece is just going to be for subscription, right? And it's going to be set subscription, right? And this is just going to be like a use state, and we just can auto import this from React. And again, we want to make sure that we actually provide the correct types in here for the subscription. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to provide, again, this type I'm going to be getting is directly, we see this package actually gives us this beautiful type for subscription as well. So it gives us types for every single thing. It gives us types for products, it gives us types for customers, it gives us type for subscriptions. So this product is actually a really nice product. The people at Firebase and Stripe, they actually made this. It's really nice, and by default the subscription is going to be null, so we're going to make sure that this stays null. Right now we're going to be having a use effect here, right? Because we want this to run on mount basically, right? So we're going to have a use effect, and again, the syntax of a use effect has an empty dependency by default, and inside the use effect now, what we're going to be, so when we are going to be using this custom hook, we're going to be receiving like a user object basically, the currently logged in user, right? And this is going to be of type user, and again, this is going to be from, you can see this is going to be from Firebase, because of course it's a Firebase user, or it can be null basically, right? So this is going to have like a type of user, or it can be not just, it can be just null, So we're going to first of all protect ourselves. Again, we're going to just say if there is no user, we want to return back just to protect ourselves. Now we're going to be using something called on current subscription update. Now think of this as just of a so if you remember, inside of the user auth hook, we had something called on auth state change, right? This basically was an observer for the state change of the user, right? If the user is logged out, if the user is logged in, right? This is similar for a subscription instead of a user, but it's only for a subscription. So actually it's a listener for a subscription event basically. And this is really powerful, right? So this accepts like two things. So first thing it accepts is the payments, which we created, the payments object, so we can just auto import it from our Stripe. Second, again, it accepts some like a snapshot. So basically you can see subscription snapshot. So you can say snapshot here. And what we can do is we can have this snapshot, and we can now like basically retrieve the snapshot we get. And again, this is just a listener, so it's going to basically track the user's subscription, right? Anytime he cancels the subscription, it's going to again update the subscription. So what we're going to say is we're going to set subscription to the snapshot, and snapshot is going to give us these different things here. Now we are interested in subscriptions, right? And we're going to filter through these subscriptions, right? We're going to filter through the subscription, and for every single subscription, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be saying for every single subscription, the way we're going to be filtering through is we're going to say we're going to check the subscription status, right? The subscription status is, it needs to be like active. Now subscription statuses can be active, cancelled, incomplete, it can be on a trial, it can be unpaid, right? But we are interested in the one which is active, right? Or we are actually interested in the another one which is going to be like trialing, right? So it can be either active or it can be either trialing, right? And the next thing we want to basically do is we want to make sure we access this, right? So because of course it's an array, so we want to access the first the value of this subscriptions array, right? Because we are filtering through this array and we want to access this. So what we are saying is we are filtering through this, and this is going to be dependent on user anytime the user actually changes, right? So what we're saying is filter through the subscriptions array and only set the subscription to be true if the subscription.status is actually active or if it's trialing. So then only it's gonna set the subscription, and then we want to do is we don't want to return JSX, but instead we want to return our subscription state. And this is our custom hook. That's all we had to do, guys. This is our beautiful custom hook, and this is gonna listen for subscription updates every time a user subscribes or a user unsubscribes or whatever, and it's gonna actually set our subscription, and then we can basically retrieve this through the hook, right? And now instead of like using false here, what we have to change here, instead of doing that, all we have to do is use our beautiful hook, import it, and remember we need to send in our user. So what we can do is we can just get the user from our hook here, and we just need to send in our user. And once you send in your user, you're gonna get your actual subscription. And if I actually go back, I can see I see the application right now. I don't see the plans anymore. And if I refresh, I see the application updating every time. So it's updated with Fantastic Beasts now. This is the new movie is gonna come, but yeah, we can see this is actually working now, right? And if I actually try to console log and show you all what we actually get from the subscription, let's just console log and let's see, we get an object, right? And if we see, we get all these different values, right? We get cancel ad, we get the metadata, we get the price, we get the plan. So we actually get the actual plan, right? So if we go back to the, so we can see we can get the actual product, right? This means you can actually get the actual product, which means if this is the product ID, right? So every single time we create a plan or a product, it basically creates a product ID for that. And the way we can track that is we can actually see here. So if I actually click on this, this should have like a product, and we can see this is the product ID. So we actually also know which plan the user subscribed to, right? So we actually know the plan as well. So we can get the actual subscription values. So this is going to be really useful because we are going to be using this to display and to create like the beautiful account page, right? So let's actually save this, and now let's actually try to do this but with a different account. So let's try to like log out, and let's like go through this whole flow again. And before we actually go through this whole flow again, let's try to change our branding, right? The way we can change the branding for the customer portal is you can just click on branding, and just click here. And when you click search for branding, just click on branding, and just you'll see this this tab. We're gonna see checkout and payment links, and we're interested in so we'll be interested in checkout and payments and customer. You can also change your invoice and hosted invoice and stuff like that. So we are interested in checkout and payments, and we can see it actually looks like this right now. Now if you want to actually change this, and I'm just gonna quickly see the styles I actually give for my other for my finished build. So let's just quickly see what styles we give for the finished build. So if I go to the Netflix redesign, I can again I'm already on that. So we can see we give accent color of E50, which is a Netflix brand. So we change it something like this. And again, you can change these to any values you want, and you can actually so I did not upload the logo, but you can actually upload the logo. Let's say whatever your brand logo is, you can actually upload logos, and you can actually upload icons, like, and you can see this is going to be the place where the logo is going to be, and the product name, some description stuff if you want. So you can experiment with this as much as you want to, you can basically change a lot of this stuff. And the brand color, I'm going to change it to basically this value here. So let's just see, yeah. So this is going to be the brand. And now what we can do is we just have to save our changes. And we can, like, there was an error with updating your branding settings. Let's see why it's actually erroring out right now. So let's try to, I think it's because I'm on 2 different accounts. So let's try to refresh this again. Yeah, I think that was because I was on 2 different accounts. So this is gonna be 1414, and this is gonna be E50914. So this is gonna be like this. Now we can see this is how it looks on phone, and this is how it looks on desktop. And this is our customer portal, and we're going to be creating this as well, by the way. And this is going to be for managing your subscriptions. So this is for creating a checkout. This is for like subscribing to a plan, but this is going to be like changing your plans, right? Because once the user actually subscribe to your software or to your application, they need to be able to switch to another plan, or maybe like cancel their plan if they don't like it, for any reason, right? They want to cancel, or they want to basically like change their payment methods, right? So you can do all this stuff, and we're going to be creating this on the account screen, which we're going to be creating. So let's actually try to save these changes now. And your changes have been saved. Now let's go through this process again. So this is our application. So let's I'm gonna like try to log in, so with an account which doesn't exist. So if I try to sign in, it should, yeah, so I already signed in with this account before. So we see the plan screen instead of the application. And even if I try to refresh this, it's actually showing me the plan screen. So it's actually not showing me the application, right? Now what we can do here, we can choose a plan. Let's just choose like a basic one this time. And let's try to subscribe to this basic plan, right? So I see I'm redirected beautifully to Stripe. And now here we go. Our branding is changed as soon as we saved it, right? And we can see $80.29 per month, and you can add description, logos, and so on here. So our branding is changed now. Now, of course, we need to go through this process again. Let's just quickly go through this process again. And you guys, like, you got the idea by now, right? So what basically we're doing here, and let's just name ourselves something like this. Let's add the address, and you can save info. And this is Stripe, so this is like really, really secure, right? And now once you actually subscribe, and we're gonna redirect, yeah, here we go, because we actually have a subscription now, and the subscription is dynamic, right? It's not hard-coded anymore. So we actually see the application, and now we can actually play the movies. So we can play the movies and stuff. So this part is really, really cool, right? The next part we should naturally do is we should try to manage, we should create the account screen so the user can manage the subscription, right? Because they have access to now they want to be able to see their plans and to be able to like basically change their plans and stuff. But this is like really, really cool, right? We actually finished this. Now we can also go to Stripe, and we can actually go to payments, and we'll see another person just subscribed. So if you go to subscriptions, you can see there are 2 subscriptions, and we see the product as well. So this guy actually subscribed to a premium product, this guy subscribed to a basic one. So we can see the products as well, and this is like really, really cool, right? But now let's work on the account screen, right? Let's actually work on that. So let's get back to our header, and we can see we add this link before. So this is gonna be taking this page. So instead of logging out, we're gonna be going to an account page. So actually click here. This page does not exist. So Next.js by default gives us a 404 because we haven't created. So instead, inside of Next.js, to create this account page, what we're going to be doing is create a new file inside of our pages directory. And of course, we want to make sure this naming is exactly like what the route should be. And we want to say RFCE. Again, the function name, I'm just going to capitalize it, and let's just create, and let's save this. Now, as soon as I save and refresh, here we go. It's not erroring out anymore because we have an account page. So let's create this beautiful account page now, and let's see how we can actually manage the user subscription. Basically, let's actually create this. So let me go back to my pages, and let's actually create our account page. Now first thing again, I want to have like a basically want to have like a head tag, like we always do, like I always do. So the head tag now inside of here, and just auto import from next/head, and this is gonna say account settings, just like on Netflix. So account, and again this is gonna be really good for SEO because these head tags are SEO performant, and you can see the top part here changed. And if you want to change the fab icon, you can actually change this too by just replacing the default fab icon, which actually this gives us. So this is the default one. You can just replace this with any other fab icon, and it's gonna change the fab icon for you too. Now inside of the account page, you're gonna have a simple header, but this time we're gonna have like this header. And the header is actually going to have a class name. It's going to have a custom background, and the background is going to be like 1414 and 14. It's going to be this sort of background, and the header is going to have like a bunch of links. Again, I'm just going to quickly try to actually copy this. Like, I don't want to waste so much time into this stuff, so you can just quickly copy. These are just a bunch of links the header has. So just quickly get the header. Let's go back to our website. Let's quickly paste the header in here. And of course, we need to auto import the links from next/link. First link is actually the logo, as we can see. The second one is actually the account. So if I actually click on the logo, you'll see that I'll be redirected back to the app. So here's the app, the home page, right? And if I actually try to click here, this actually takes me to the account page. So again, you can have some basic routing here, right? So we have our routing working here. Now outside of this, we want to have a main tag, right? And the main tag is gonna where all the important stuff is gonna be. The first, we're gonna have a div, and we're gonna have a heading here. The heading is gonna just say account, and again, let me just make it like this so we can see what we're doing. An account is gonna be, and again, we are not able to see that is because our header again is position fixed. So to make sure we actually see that, for the main tag, we want to say padding top of 24, and now we can actually see our account. Now for the heading, we're going to say text of 3XL. We also want to make sure on a medium screen size, we want to make sure the text is actually 4XL, so it's a bit bigger. And outside this div, we're going to have the heading, we're going to have a div which is going to contain an image, and it's going to contain a p tag. Basically, it's going to have a p tag, and the p tag is going to say member since. Now here's the cool part. Here's where we're gonna get our subscription, and because we are using custom hook, right? So what we can do is just get our subscription and is equal to use subscription, right? And we can use this hook, and now we need to basically send in the user. Now we have a hook for that, so we can just use our use auth hook, and we can just send in the user like this. So we can send in the user, and this way we're gonna get the subscription. Now we can use the subscription, and you can see get our nice IntelliSense because we provided the type here, right? So this is the reason we're getting nice IntelliSense, because we provided the type here for our like use state. Now we can get the subscription, and we can get like member since. Now what we want to actually do here is we want to say created, because we want to actually show the user the actual date since they subscribed, and because we subscribed like today, April 17th is actually giving us this date and exact time as well. And again, I did not transform the time into like a nicer formatted time, but you can use external libraries to actually do that. Like I didn't want it to like go into like really technical details like that, because I just wanted to keep it like super friendly and stuff, super beginner friendly, So we do have a p tag, and you can, if you want, you can just use an external package like moment.js or something to just format the time. But this is what we are getting back, right? Now we want to basically style, and we do want to have an image as well. So let's just get this image, and this is going to be this image right here actually. So let's make sure we have this image, and now we can see this beautiful. So this image is exactly what Netflix has. So we have this image, and now let's style our p tag. For the p tag, it's just going to say text of extra small. It's going to be font of semi bold, and the text color is going to be a custom color of 555, and this is how it's going to look like. Now the overall container, we can just basically say there's going to be some negative margin left, and again this is the trick I'm basically using to make sure that it actually stays together with this, you know, it aligns well, because this image which you have actually does not align well, as we can see. So I'm just for aligning, it's giving some negative margin left, and just going to say flex item center to vertically align them in center, and just going to say gap x of 1.5 basically, so 1.5. And as soon as I do that, we have some spacing, have really nice looking date here. Now this div, we have styled the overall div here. And let's move on. So now this is going to be our another component which you're going to be creating, and this is going to be called a membership component which you're going to be creating. And this is going to be a membership component, and this is going to contain details related to the user's membership, right? And outside this membership, we're going to have another div which is going to have a heading. So before actually creating this, so let's complete this. Now this heading is going to be for plan details. So this is where the plan details are going to be. Again, this is going to be another div after this, and this div here, we're going to be finding the current plan of the user, basically what plan the user is on right now. This is going to be for the current plan. Again, if you don't know what these things are, you can just go to the actual Netflix, and if you have a membership, yeah. If you don't have a membership, then you can't actually view this. But if you do have a membership, you can just go to the actual Netflix, and when you actually click on your account, you can see you can click on the account page, and this is the account. This is how the account page actually looks like, right? But we are doing a dark mode for this, so and this is like the membership component which we have. This is like the plan details, you know, and there will be a simple logout button at the bottom. So this is what page we're actually building right now. This is the exact page. So let's continue. So here we're going to be finding the user's current plan, and remember we had something called the product ID. That's how we're going to be finding the user's the current plan, right? So we know that we have the products, right? And the way we're going to be getting the products is we can actually basically just get the products through like a static instead of doing a server side, we can just do a static because the products are going to be like a statically generated. They're not going to be changing a lot, right? So what we can do here is, because we are on a page right now, remember we are on a Next.js page, right? So we can do something like get static props, right? So what I'm doing is I'm doing get static props, and we have some types here. So get static props, and we have get products, which is again a function from Stripe, you know, and the payments is again the object which we created. So what I'm doing is we are just doing like sending these retrieving these products and sending these products, and the reason we need these products is to compare the ID, right, of the products, so we know which product the user is actually on, right? Now what we can do is actually get back these products, and of course because we're using TypeScript, we need to provide the proper type, so we can just say props. And what we can do again is interface, you can just say props, and we can just say products, and this is going to be a product, and of course it's going to be a product again taken from the package, and it's going to be an array of products. So as soon as we are done with this, we're going to retrieve our products, right? And we can like try to console log and see if you're actually getting back anything. So let's see. And this is not a server-side render. This is a static side render, by the way. This is not a server-side. What we are actually statically getting them. So what this basically means is it's not going to update every time, right? So and the reason we want this is because the products are not going to be like changing a lot, right? So we can keep them like this, right? We can keep them as statically generated rather than having a server-side for them. But for the movies, it made sense because, of course, the movies are going to be regularly updated, right? So now if I actually go back here, I'm getting undefined. So if we try to refresh this page, we get our 3 products, right? We get an array of 3 values, and these are our 3 products. So this means that we're getting back 3 results. Now what we can do here is we can actually use them to basically check here. So what we can do is we can use our products. Products.filter, again TypeScript knows it's an array, so it's going to show us the array methods, and what we can do is we can say a product. Now for every single product, we're going to check the ID of that product with the subscription which we have, right? And we have the subscription, as you can see. So we're going to compare the ID of that product with the subscriptions dot product, right? And what we are going to be doing here is we're going to be comparing that, and outside this we're going to just say access the value, and then we're going to compare this with the name, if the names are actually equal, because that's what we actually get, right? The names. So these are actually the names, right? The product.id and the subscription of the product is actually sorry, my bad. These are not the names. What am I saying? Sorry, just got overwhelmed. So this is, we are accessing the name property, by the way. So we are comparing with the IDs, but this we are accessing the name because we want to display the name, right? That's what I meant. Sorry. So these are not the names we are comparing. We are comparing the IDs, right? And we are checking that if the product.id is actually equal to the actual subscription. So which plan user is on, basically. And then we want to display the name, basically. So here we are displaying, because the user is on a basic plan right now. So this is actually showing a basic one, right? And if you want to display the ID, you can say ID. So if I do ID, you can see that this is the product ID. So this is what we are basically doing. So now the next thing we want to basically do is we want to have a p tag here, and we also want to have like a thing for change plan, and we want to have like a change plan thing here. Now before we move forward, let's actually style them. So this div here is going to be a call span of 2. Now this is going to be a grid layout, by the way. So this whole overall container is going to be a grid layout. So what I'm going to do is have a margin top of 6, and we're going to say grid, and we're going to say grid columns of 1, right? And we're going to say some gap x between horizontally between the children of 4, and not just 4, a gap x of 4. And we also want to give a border, and we want to make sure there's some padding left and right, and there's some padding top and bottom. And we also want to make sure to actually say on a medium screen size, we want the grid columns to take a space of columns of 4, basically. And on a medium screen size, we don't want to show any border left and right, so we can say border x of 0. And on a medium screen, we also don't want to, and let me just save it so we actually see what's going on right now. So this is what we actually did till now. And we're going to create it just like how Netflix, so if we go on a smaller screen on Netflix, you will actually see, so if I actually go on a phone screen, so this is the phone. So this is how it looks like on a phone screen, basically. On Netflix, they have borders like all around for the containers. And that's what we are basically trying to achieve, right? So what we are actually trying to do here is we're saying we want it to be a grid layout, right? Which means they're going to be on top of each other, stacking on top of each other by default. And then we are saying we want to give some columns, right? So on a medium screen, we want to have grid columns of 4, which means 1, 2, 3, and there's going to be another column here, right? And of course, we don't have a max width constraint right now, so it's taking the full width right now. And then we're actually saying on a medium screen, we don't want any left and right borders. And on a medium screen as well, we do want a border top to be there. And on a medium screen, we don't want any border bottom to be there. So we're going to say border bottom to be 0. On a medium screen, we don't want any sort of padding. And also on a medium screen, we don't want any padding bottom to be there. But we do want the padding top to stay. So this is like how we are making a response. And now, as we can see on a medium screen, we just have a border top, just like how they have, right? They just have a border top, right? But as soon as we go smaller screen, we have overall borders for the whole container. And let's give this a max width as well, so it doesn't like take the full width. So for the main tag, we're just going to say mx auto, and we're going to say a max width of 6xl. So we're going to say a max width of 6xl. As soon as we do that, boom, it's already looking better now, right? And we also want to say padding left and right of 5. We want a padding top of 24, which we have already given. We want some padding bottom to be consistent. And we do want to say transition all, and on a medium screen size, we want some more left and right padding. So we want it to be 10 like this. Now we can see even on a smaller screen, it actually looks really, really nice. So it's starting to look really responsive. So we are actually slowly getting there, right? Now for this container div, we also want to style, and we want to say flex column, right? By default, I want to have like gap x of 4, basically. And we also want to say on a medium screen size, we want to make sure that it's actually flex row instead of column. So because everything's mobile responsive, right? So by default, we want it to be in a column direction, but as soon as we reach medium breakpoint, we want it to be in a row direction. And we also want to make sure that items in center on a medium screen. So align items, so make sure vertically the items are in center. Now, if we go on a smaller screen, we can see the account and member since they actually flex column, right? But as soon as we go bigger screen, they actually by default like this. So this looks really good on phone. So if I try to look this on phone, this is how it actually looks, right? Starting to look really nice now. And even if you click on tablet, it looks really nice. It's like completely responsive now. So let's continue building this. So we have styles for pretty much everything now. So we do have styles. Now we just move on from this change plan here. So for the change plan, we're gonna have some styling as well. Let's make sure we have it like this. We can see. For the change plan, we're gonna have cursor pointer. We're gonna have text blue of 500, and you're also gonna have on hover. So when you hover over it, we're gonna make sure that it changes to an underline. And on a medium breakpoint, we want this text to be on the right side, which means when you go on a bigger screen, we want the text to be on the right side, right? So this is how it actually looks, really looking nice. And now as when I hover over this, this actually is gonna give a nice underline there. Now, outside this container div here, okay, outside this container div, we're gonna have another container div, and of course it's gonna look pretty much the same. So we can just copy this container div here, and let me just quickly verify we have the same stylings here. So we have pretty much exactly the same styles here, right? And again, if you want, you can include this as a own class name. If you want a custom class name instead of like writing this out again, you know. But let's have this div for the settings, right? So we're gonna have settings here, and then we're gonna have a p tag, and this p tag is actually, I'm just quickly gonna actually get this instead of like typing. This is gonna be like very straightforward. So let's just quickly actually get this div, and let's just save this. Of course, like logout is something, a function which you're gonna be needing from our use auth hook. So we can just quickly say logout here, and we can get our logout. And again, it's actually saying that it cannot read properties of like undefined. So this here is actually saying that it's actually undefined because it cannot, because we need to optional chain here. So make sure we actually do the optional chaining here. That's why it's actually giving us that error. So if I refresh now, we can see we have this beautiful thing, and it's actually showing us the actual subscription date, you know. And if I click here, this should actually log me out. So if I click here, boom, we actually logged out. Now we don't have access to the application. So if we try to log in, we wouldn't be able to log in right now. Now if I log into this account, which is my other account, by the way, and remember, if we subscribe to a premium plan here, I guess. So if we click here, so we are on a premium plan. So instead of basic, it's actually showing me premium now. So this is really nice, right? So we have our account screen almost, so we are almost there, we're almost done. We just need to create a membership component now. So let's create our membership now, because this is where the user will be able to like cancel their membership and click on that. So we can go to the manage customer portal button, the manage customer, you know, portal. So let's create membership and RFCE, and let's just remove import React because we don't need it anymore. So let's go back to our membership component now. And in our membership, so inside of our membership, you're gonna first of all have a div here, and you're gonna have a heading, and this heading of course is gonna be membership, and it's gonna be membership and billing, just like Netflix. So we're gonna say membership and billing, and of course the reason it's not displaying is because we are not rendering it right now. So let's auto import this, and now we can see membership and billing right there. Of course, we want to make sure we style this. So let's style this. Let's just say text large and text of gray, a custom value of gray. So we have some styling here. And then we want to have a button, and this button is going to be for managing your subscription. Now again, I'm just going to quickly get this button. This is going to be like very straightforward. Like I'm going to explain what I did here in this button. this is gonna be like for managing our subscription. So now if I go back here and just copy paste this button, now again we're gonna have the same exact things. Now if you want to have like is billing loading and stuff like not as a different piece of state every time, you can include this like inside of recoil, because we are already using recoil, right? So you can have this inside of the state management if you want this, but in this scenario, because we didn't require it, I did not actually implement it. I did not do that. So I just had it as a piece of state. So what I basically did, I just had a piece of state here called is billing loading again, right? And then we're gonna have a function as well. So what we have is this use state basically, right? And by default it's gonna be like false, right? And we're gonna also have like a subscription, so we can say subscription. Again, we can use our beautiful hook called use auth, right? But we need to actually send in the user as well, so we can just do like user, and we can just get it from the use auth hook, and we have already imported that, so we just need to send in the user here. So in the use subscription, we need to send in the user here, right? So that's what we basically want to do, and we need to actually have this use subscription hook as well, right? So we have the subscription now. So what we want to basically do is we have our loading and we have our manage. So we're gonna have this button basically. Now if I actually try to save this, you will see we have this cancel membership button, a beautiful button, and it actually looks just like Netflix. So if you go and check, you'll see this looks like just like Netflix, right? Restart membership and cancel. Now this is of course gonna show restart membership if your membership is actually canceled, right? Otherwise it's gonna show you to cancel your membership if you're not a member. But what we did here is we just said like we just have like a button, so the user actually goes to like a function called manage subscription. So what we can do is we can create this function called manage subscription, right? And what we can actually do here is first we're going to check if our subscription actually exists, right? So if the subscription is there, if user has a subscription, then what we can do is first we can set the billing loading to be true. Okay, the next thing we can do is we can just say go to billing portal, and again we want to create this go to billing portal inside of our Stripe, which we didn't yet. So we need to create that function inside of our Stripe. So we're gonna like import this directly from Stripe, go to billing portal, and what's gonna happen is gonna take the customer to that very nice billing portal which we had, which I actually showed you before. So in here, if we click on branding, we had like customer portal, right? This is how it's gonna look like. So this is where it's gonna take the customer, so they can update and change their plans. So let's actually do this now. So we have our cancel membership. And of course, it's spanning really huge because it doesn't have a max width right now. So let's make sure we actually style this. So first of all, the container here, we want to style this. We want to say space between the children and some padding top bottom of 4, so to have some breathing room. And the overall overall container, we're gonna have grid. And again, it's gonna be same as in the styling which we have already done before. So I'm just gonna quickly actually from the membership, I'm just gonna quickly copy this. So again, it's gonna be a grid layout. And if you want to learn like more about grids and stuff, just feel free to watch my other builds. Like I've used grid in the previous builds as well, and I actually teach them. But what we are doing is very straightforward stuff, right? What we are actually doing is again making them displaying as grid, right? And it's overall container, right? On a medium screen, we want it to be like 4 column span. So this needs to be like 4 columns and 4 column span. And what we are actually doing is again we're just changing the borders, because we just want the border top to be shown on a bigger screen, but on a default phone screen, we want the overall border to be there. So that's what we are basically doing right now. So we have our cancel membership. Now let's create this go to billing portal function inside of our Stripe. So if I actually go to my Stripe right now, which is inside of the library, right? So here we're going to be actually creating this function now. So just like load checkout, we're gonna have the name called go, and you can name this anything, by the way. I just decided to name like go. You can do like go to like redirect to portal or redirect to customer management or whatever the name you want. I just decided to name it like this. But it's gonna be an asynchronous function again. So first it's gonna give us back an instance, and again we're gonna be using. So remember, we're gonna be using these get function. Now this get function is actually from Firebase functions, right? Now what this is gonna do is gonna return a function instance for the current application. So we're gonna provide the current app, right? And it's gonna give us back the function instance because it's gonna be cloud functions, right? So we're using some cloud functions here, and it needs the app, right? The initialized app, right? And we need to also provide like the region or the custom domain. In this scenario, in this case, you're just gonna provide US Central 1. And this basically is the default. US Central 1 is the default one. And if you wanna like look about this, you can just quickly, if you go to your project settings, you'll find it somewhere here. You'll basically find it somewhere in the settings, or like this exact, but by default it's always going to be like US Central 1. Like it's basically your cloud Firestore instance, like it's somewhere right here. So if we go to rules or someplace, yeah, we can see it's US Central here. So this is by default. So this is the location, right? This is the region basically. So this is the default one always. So we want to make sure that this is US Central 1. And next thing we want to do, this is going to give us the instance of the cloud functions. Next thing we want to do is want to create a function reference basically. And what we're going to do here in the functions reference is we're going to call this something called HTTPS call. Now what this basically means, it's going to return a reference to the HTTPS trigger as it says, you know. And what this basically means is it's gonna return us back a URL, and what that URL will be is it's going to be a URL which is going to redirect the user to the customer portal basically, based on the functions reference, based on the cloud functions, right? Because it needs to like check the cloud functions are working and stuff, you know. First it needs to check that. So we're going to do HTTPS callback. We can see functions instance. So we're going to just say instance because we already created that in a nice variable. And the next thing, right, it needs the name of the trigger. Now what is this, the name of the trigger? Now if you search about like the name of the trigger, this is basically the trigger. What this basically means is, how to explain it in the best way? It basically means there are like a bunch of different triggers like when it comes to the extension. So if you go to the Firebase here, if you go to the extensions here, so if you go to Firebase and if you click on extensions, and if you actually go to our extension here, you can see how this extension works on this tab. If you go on the bottom here, it's going to actually show us the triggers, right? So if we actually go down to the bottom here, it's going to actually tell us. So you can see get the customer subscription, and now it actually tells us redirect to the customer portal, right? Once the customer is subscribed, you should show them a button to access the customer portal, to view their invoices, call the create portal link function to create a portal, to get a portal link for them. And they actually show us this exact thing, right? And what this is actually this thing here. This is called the trigger basically. And you can see they actually show us this. So I'm not like doing this by my own. I've actually looked at this documentation here, and this is where they actually show us like every single thing. And you can change the locale as well. Once you get the data back, you can change the locale to like a different language or something, and then you can basically assign the URL, you know. So this is what the trigger is basically, right? And if you want to learn more, you can just type like HTTPS callable triggers, you know. You can just type triggers Firebase like this, and you will see like call functions from your app. So if you go to this link, you will see different like triggers here and stuff. So you can understand, you can read about this stuff here. So what this HTTP basically means. But just know that it basically is going to give us a link to redirect the customer to a customer portal, right? And it's actually given. So this is the trigger we're going to be using. Exactly this. It's going to be Firestore Stripe payments, create portal link. And the next thing we want to basically do, we want to await for our function reference, because we created, right? We want to await for a function reference. And what we want to basically do is, this is going to give us something called a return URL. Again, I'm actually looking here and actually doing this right? So this is gonna give us a return URL, right? And what we want to basically do is, again, we want to just open our template strings, and we want to make sure we have window dot location. Now it's going to be location dot origin, right? And it's going to be slash account. Now what I'm actually doing here is, once the user actually redirects back to the application, I want them to redirect back to whatever the domain is, whatever the current domain is, slash account page, right? But this is gonna get the current domain, the current, like if it's a production one, it's gonna get the production domain or the local host, and then it's gonna redirect back to slash account, because they want to see their account page again if they update anything, right? Again, if you don't want to redirect them to account, you can just redirect them to the local host 3000, you know. Now the next thing we want to do is, we want to have a, because again this is gonna resolve a promise. As you can see there's a promise here, so we want to say .then. Okay, and here is the interesting thing. Here's where we're going to be accessing our data, basically. Now this is going to give us the data back again. Now this data is going to be like data is going to be like basically an any here. And the reason I'm actually doing like as an any, right? This is like a very good reason why I'm actually doing it like this. So before even doing that, let's actually continue this. And what this is going to return is going to return the window.location. And again, this is going to assign, right? Assign means it's going to navigate to that specific URL, and it's going to navigate to data, and data is going to contain something called URL. Now I couldn't find the type for this, unfortunately, so I'm just using like because again this has implicitly any type. You can see it's saying object is of type unknown, basically. So they didn't like had a type for this, so I just used any here. So let me know if anyone can actually find a correct type for this. If anyone can, just just paste it in the comments. It's going to be helpful for everyone. And I don't like using any, but the reason I couldn't just find the correct type for this. So we have like and if you do string here, it's not going to work, by the way. So if you just try to do string, it's not going to work, because it's going to tell us that this HTTPS callable. Let me just try if there's something called HTTPS callable in. Yeah, that's not gonna work, so we don't have a type. That's why I just used any here. So just prevent that, because if you don't prevent this, it's gonna error out in production. So make sure you do prevent this, but don't use any. Like, you don't want to use any in production. You never want to like use any and stuff, because you're using TypeScript. So always like provide correct types for this, So let me know if anyone like knows the types. Just like just shoot it in the comments. So it's gonna be helpful for everyone. And we're gonna catch the error, and we're just gonna say error, basically error dot message here. It's just gonna return error dot message. Now this function is done. Now all we have to do is, of course, you need to export this so we can actually use this, right? So now basically namely export this. So we have this go to billing portal function. Now this should, if this is done correctly, everything, this should actually take us back. So if you go to manage subscription, if we uncomment this out, and we just basically get this exact function, right? This should actually take us to the manage portal. Then again, we just have a loader as well here, and we are sending in the loader. So this means this should change to loading as well. Now if we actually click here, this works. The loading actually works. Now if everything's correct, this should redirect us to the customer portal. Let's go, let's see. It's gonna take a while. So it's gonna take a while to actually do this. Yeah, I think it's taking quite a while, so it might not be correct actually. Yeah, so I think it's just stuck on go to billing portal. Let's just see this again, what actually is happening here. So it's just stuck here, so it's not actually redirecting. You can't create a portal session in test mode until you save your customer portal settings in test mode. Oh, I think we didn't actually implement some of the settings actually. So if we actually go back to the extension, the reason this is actually not working is because we had to complete these steps basically. So we didn't actually complete these steps. So you can see like we need to follow this extension step by step. So if we miss these steps, and we actually missed this step right here, so we need to make sure to actually do these steps first. So let's actually make sure we actually update these steps, right? So let's get back to our Stripe and let's actually complete these, the steps is actually doing. So it's telling us configure the Stripe customer portal only used for subscriptions, but we need to make sure that we actually configure them. So first we need to toggle on allow customers to update their payment methods in the settings. So we need to actually go to the settings. So let's just go to settings, and what we want to basically, where we want to go is we want to go to customer portal here, and this is where we want to go. And what we want to do is want to follow these steps. So what we want to do is allow customers to update their payment methods, right? So we can see here, allow customers, this is actually turned off, and this is why this is not working, right? The customer portal, right? So we need to make sure, we need to turn these settings on. So first of all, and we can change the accepted payment methods here. So we need to turn that on. Allow customers to update subscriptions. So we need to turn this one on, as we can see, allow customers to switch to a different pricing plan. And we want to issue the invoice immediately, right? Or we can issue it at the end, however you wish. And then next thing, we want to allow them to cancel subscriptions. So allow customers to cancel their subscriptions as well, right? And this we want to make sure to cancel at the end of the billing period, because we don't want them to cancel like immediately, right? Right, because that's not a good model. But if your business requires you can cancel immediately as well. But usually this is how all these applications work, like Netflix and stuff. They actually cancel. Even if you cancel, you have access to the end of your period where you subscribe from, you know. So we need to turn these steps on. And the next step is actually add the products and the prices. So this is another important step, right? So if we need to add the products and prices, we want the customer to actually switch between, right? So where do we actually add them? So here is where we actually add these products. So we need to find the test products, and we need to add these products. So the standard and the premium. So we need to add these 3 products. So I have these 3. So we need to add them. And the next thing we have to do is set up the required business information and links. So you can just set them up or leave them like as it is. These are the links. So you can just type an example here, you know, default redirect link, and yeah, some stuff like this. So you can just say localhost 3000/account here. So yeah, you can just set these links up and, you know, change this. But these steps are really important for our customer portal to work. And now if you actually save this, and if we can actually preview this as well. So we can see we can preview. This is how our customer portal is actually going to look like. So they just give you a preview image here. It's not interactive, it's just a preview image. This is gonna how it's actually look like. So now we can just close this, and let's get back to our app, and I'll just try to refresh this, and let's try this again, right? Let's try this again. So we actually completed these steps. These steps were important. And we also updated our Firebase rules, right? So we updated our Firebase rules, and we completed these steps, and we have now this should probably work and shouldn't error out anymore. So now we can just open the console just to make sure what message actually gives us. Now we can click again, and here we go, boom, we're redirected already, right? It works. That's like super clean, right? So that's all we had to do. So to fix that, we need to actually update those steps here, and we need to save these steps for this to work. Now what we can do is we can actually update. So I'm on a premium plan. Let's try to actually update my plan to a standard one, as we haven't used standard right now. So we can confirm. I can say it shows us the amount due because we were subscribed already to a premium one, right? So we actually kind of like changing to standard one, right? So the amount due is, there's no amount due right now, because I've already paid for this technically, right? Now our current plan is actually updated. Now we actually go back to the app. This should be standard. Now here we go, it's actually standard. Now this is actually dynamic, right? Because you see a simple loading here, so we can actually add a loading here as well, because it's actually loading dynamically, right? So that's why it's taking a while to load this. But this is standard now. So our plans are actually getting, and we can actually click it here again, and we can actually cancel the subscription, right? So we can try to like cancel this. So if I actually cancel my plan, let's just say cancel plan, right? And it should be reflected in Stripe as well, by the way, not just like on our website, but on Stripe as well. So I canceled my plan. Now let's go back to the app. I should still have access because you know, I still have the access, right? So if I go back to the app, because it's gonna cancel at the end of the billing period, so I still do have access to this, right? But let's continue with our membership component because that's not complete yet. So I think we still have like some stuff here. So this is the stuff we need to create, the right portion here. So we didn't create that yet. So to create this portion, what we want to basically do is we want to have like, so outside this container here, we want to have a div here. Now again, this is going to be a grid layout because remember it's a grid columns, right? So what we want to do is we want to make sure to give this out this grid, we want to span this tree because the overall container is actually spanning 4, right? And we are spanning this as 1, and this we are going to span it across 3 columns like this, right? So I'm going to say call span of 3, and then we're going to have another div. Now inside of this div, we're going to have 2 p tags basically. So we're going to say p times 2, and the first one is going to have the user's email. So it's going to have a user's email, and the second one is actually going to have the password. So for the password, what I just did is just added like something like asterisks like this. So we just added some bunch of asterisks here. So if we actually save this, you can see the user's email and the password. Of course, we want to style them. The email, we want to make sure that actually looks font of medium. So we want to make sure font medium. And the password is actually going to be text of gray. So we want to make sure that the text color is a custom gray color. And let's actually make it like this so we can see what's happening. So we have a text of gray. Now the overall container, we want to make sure, so we don't have any styles for the overall container here, but we do have this div. Now we do have another div here, okay, with 2 more p tags. Now these 2 p tags actually, they have a class name, a custom class name called membership link. Membership link again. So what we're gonna do is membership link here like this, and we wanna basically say change email. So what we can do is we're gonna say change email. Again, these are some static links, so these links are not functional, but just to prove it, it looks exactly like Netflix. I'm gonna like do a tutorial like of course in this one I just wanted to focus on the subscription part of it, but I might do a tutorial with Firebase where I'm gonna show how to change these emails and how to change your passwords once the user is actually authenticated, and how to actually, that would be like a separate video, you know. So I might make a tutorial like that as well. Let me know like if you guys want like a tutorial like that, you know? Let me know what you all think. So on a medium breakpoint, you want to make sure that it's actually on a text on the right side, right? So we want to style membership link. So let's actually go to globals and let's have membership link here, and let's give some styling here. So for membership link, we're gonna say apply some styles. First, we're gonna make sure that they're cursor pointer because it's a p tag. So, and we want to make sure text of blue, and it's gonna be 500. The variant, and when we hover over it, we want to make sure we want to say underline, right? And as soon as I actually save that, we can see beautiful, it looks really nicely, but again it's not responsive right now, so let's make sure we actually make it responsive as well. But let's continue this. So we have the overall container which contains both of these divs. We want to make sure to call this as flex, right? And as soon as I do flex, it's inline, and then I want to say flex column by default on a phone screen, right? And we also want to justify between, and we want to say border. It's going to have a border bottom, and it's also going to have a border white basically, and it's going to be opacity of like 10, and a padding top and bottom of 4. So have some spacing from top and bottom. And on a medium screen size, you want to make sure that it's actually flex of row. Now if you go on a medium screen size, look how responsive it actually looks, right? I mean, this is how like little changes in Tailwind. That's why I personally like love Tailwind so much. And recently I was also dived into a website called raycast.com. And if any one of you like, this was like a mind-blowing website, and this was actually done with Tailwind. So I just like hopped into this. This is just a share. I'm just sharing it with you all. So just check this raycast.com. That this is like a startup launching website, but this is like insane, and it's actually built with Tailwind too. So this is the reason I just love Tailwind. It's just so nice to use Tailwind. So just small UI changes just change everything. So now let's continue. We're gonna have one more div outside this. Now we're gonna have another div here, and this div is actually gonna have a p tag. Basically, it's gonna have a p tag, and this p tag is gonna be a dynamic text here. So we're gonna make sure to know if the user actually tried to cancel the subscription. What we're gonna say is we're gonna just say subscription if this actually cancels that. So we're gonna make sure to say if the subscription.cancel@period_end is true, and this is like a true or false values. If this is true, this means the subscription has been cancelled by the user and will be deleted at the end of the billing period, right? This is what cancel@period_end means, right? So if this is true, we want to show your membership will end on, or if this is not true, we want to show your next billing date. So because I actually cancelled, this actually tells me your membership will end on, right? Because I actually canceled the subscription, right? Which is really cool, right? Now, what else we want to actually do is we want to have another div here, and we want to have some bunch of links again. I'm just gonna quickly get this div here, and let's just have this right like here. And these are again some membership links. I'm just gonna say manage payment info and some stuff. Again, we want to style this the overall container. We're just gonna say flex, and again we're gonna just say flex column justify between, and we're just gonna give some padding from top and padding from bottom. Again, on a medium screen size, we're just gonna say flex of row, and on a medium screen size, we also want to say padding bottom of 0, basically. So as soon as I save that, already looks so much better, and we can see it's completely responsive. Now, if I actually change my plan to if I subscribe to a plan again, so let's actually try to subscribe. Let's just try to renew the plan, right? So if you try to renew this, and now it's no longer going to be canceled. So now if we go back to our demo, we will see that this is dynamically changed, right? This actually tells us your next billing date because we actually renewed back again. So this is why this is super cool, actually looks really, really nice. And I can see this change plan is actually not correctly on the right side here. So we're not actually doing this correctly. So let's actually go back to our plans. On the account page, let's see if this is not actually working correctly the way it's supposed to. So this should be on the right hand side technically. So let's see if I actually missed out anything here. So if I go back to the account page, let's see what we missed in the styling here, because it should be technically on the right here, so let's just see what we missed there, if we missed something here. So let's just quickly, I'll just copy this exact thing here, and let's just paste this. So let's just see if this actually fixes. So we did had this function call, so we don't need this anymore here. So yeah, we did had this some issue somewhere. So we did miss some styling here for this. I think it was we weren't giving the full width, maybe that's why. So we missed some styling. I think this was a container styling, so that's why it was not kind of going on the right hand side. But now it's fixed. Now it's on the right here. So we have change plan, and we do have cancel membership. We do have a sign out link here. So we have all these beautiful UI in place. So we have completed our account UI. We have our plan screen in place. And it's completely dynamic. Now, what if I actually cancel? So let's say it's my end of the billing period, and my plan is about to expire. My plan is, and I'm actually I actually canceled my subscription, right? So let's just say I'm gonna do this dynamically, because of course we cannot do this because it's gonna take us 1 month to actually cancel, right? So we cannot actually do that. But what I'm gonna do is, let's just go back to payments here. And you can see new customers are coming in, because again, this is a already existing thing, right? So new people are actually subscribing to this. They're actually coming and they're subscribing to the app. But what we want to basically do here is, let's say I'm on this current account right now. This is my current account. So we can just go to subscriptions, And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna cancel immediately, right? Because it's gonna cancel at the end if I try to do it from the portal, right? But what if I actually cancel this immediately? This should directly now revoke the access, and now if I go back to the app, it should be actually on a plan screen. And here we go, it's on the plan screen, right? So this takes us to the plan screen. The reason this happens is because, again, if you go to our home page, we can actually see that we are actually protecting this with the dynamic subscription, right? With the subscription we are getting, right? So right now the subscription is actually true. There is no subscription, right? This condition is true, which means it's actually showing us the plans. So we can subscribe again to a plan. Now if I actually try to subscribe again to a premium plan, let's actually go through this. This should take us to the payment portal. Here we go. It took us to a payment portal, and our card was already saved from before. So we can see and actually applied the balance, the previous balance as well, because we actually switched to a different plan, right? So now it's not going to charge us more. So it actually applies and calculates all that stuff. Now I am in the app. Now if I go back to the account, I can see right now the time here is actually updated now. It's an updated time, right? So the time here is actually updated because I just subscribed right now and I'm on a premium plan. Now if I go back to Stripe, you can actually see, if I refresh this, you will actually see this is again active, right? Instead of canceling, it's again active here. So this is all dynamic. Like this is like literally everything here we did is actually absolutely dynamic, you know, it's all dynamic stuff. So we have our account, we have our home page. Now a couple of things we actually didn't yet do in the second day or in the first day, we actually forgot to build the headers. So we can just like finish that now, you know. So we forgot to add the material UI menu, just like Netflix. So if you go to Netflix, Netflix has like this. So I go to a Netflix, if I go to Netflix homepage, and if you go to like a Netflix's phone screen, you can see this is like the kind of menu they actually have, and we use like material UI to actually build this. So we actually did miss this, we didn't do this. So we can just quickly do this, add material UI, and we can like finish this, and yeah, that's it guys. Like we are actually about to we are actually done with this build. So, and there's one more thing we actually didn't implement yet, and that's actually the my list which we had. So if we go back to our index page, our home page, we had this something called a my list component, which is going to be a dynamic component. And every time when we actually select a movie or a series, when you click here, this is going to be adding this to our my list, and it's going to it's going to turn to a tick mark basically, and it's going to add that movie to the my list. And there's going to be like a dynamic collection. So those are the two steps remaining. And then we actually deploy this, our beautiful project, and you all can add this to your portfolio. Just add your own touch and feel to this, I would say, you know. But this is going to be like an insane journey. So let's add the material UI menu now. So the menu, let me show you all the menu we are using from material UI. So if you go to material UI, this is the website you want to go to. These are the icons, of course, but we are using the menu. So if we go to the menu, this is what we are using. So it's a basic menu, and you can see it supports TypeScript as well. So we're using TypeScript. So let's actually get this. So what we're going to be doing is inside of our header, right? Inside of our header component, of course, which is again a component, we are going to be having this. We're going to be having this something called a basic menu component, and this is going to be before the UL here. This is going to be a component called basic menu, and again, since it's a material UI, so I wanted to keep the styling and everything different, separate, because it's going to be a different menu. So what I did is create it as a component. So we're going to create another component called basic menu.tsx, the TypeScript, and I'm going to close the sidebar. And I'm going to say RFCE, and this is going to be our basic menu. Let's actually try to auto import this, right? And this is going to be from a material UI, by the way. So when you go inside of the basic menu, now again, I'm just going to copy the component. Again, it's going to be a very straightforward component. Again, I just copied this exactly from material. So what I did is I just copied this exactly from here, and just changed some stuff according to our use case. So what you all can do as well is just quickly copy this basic menu here, and what we're gonna do is wanna go back to our app, and let's see if this actually works. So as soon as I save this, of course, this works, right? So what we are actually doing this is we just have some menu items, and again, these are imported directly from Material UI, and we have like a button, a menu, all of them are from Material UI. You can see we have this beautiful animation, and this actually works right now. You can see this actually works really nicely, right? But it's actually white right now. We don't want it to be white. We want it to be like a dark theme. The reason the styling is not working is because we didn't yet do the styling, right? But yeah, we can see like this actually works. It has like really nice Material UI animations, you can see. So it has this icon animation, and you click on the link, you know. So this is like Material, and then we have like a piece of state, which is gonna like, it's called anchor EL. This piece of state, what it basically does is we can see whenever we actually click, what it does is actually prevents something called, you can like look at it in Material UI, but actually prevents this to like refresh and stuff, like, you know, and just set the anchor EL to the current target, basically, you know. And you can look at it about event. If you want to learn about this, you can just say what is event.currentTarget, and you can see this current target property it identifies the current target for the event, which traverses the DOM, right? It refers to the element to which the event header has been attached. So this is how I learn things, right? If I don't know about something, so this is how I learn stuff. So we have this, but you want to remove this, right? You want to keep this by default, and then we have open, and this is like it's typecasted to Boolean value, you know. And then we have like a handle close. Now what handle close is doing, it's actually setting this back to null. And what this basically is actually doing is when you actually click here, right, this is closing the menu, right? So whenever we click somewhere outside the target, this is actually closing the menu. That's what's basically going on here, right? And whenever we click inside the target on any link, it's actually closing the menu. Now for the styling, what I did is I needed to overwrite some Material UI style. So we can look at here, like Netflix's menu actually looks quite different. So if you see, it actually looks like this. So to make this UI look like this, you need to overwrite some styles. And how I overwrite some styles is I just use the classes, just targeted some classes from Material UI. So you can see here, I give some class names here. Like for this, I just give a class name called menu. And this is a custom class name which I give by myself, and then what I did is for the menu we just basically styled, override some styles like this. Now if I go back to our global CSS, and we can just paste these styles in here, and you will see that as soon as I paste these styles, and this is how I override, and I use this exclamation mark to make sure to override them, because to override the Material UI styles you need to add this important keyword here, so make sure you add this as well, so we just override some styles. Now if I click on the menu, you will see it looks very similar to like Netflix. I added some border, you can see I added some border of gray, and we added some width and stuff like these for the links. And if you want to create like additional pages, you can. Like what we did in this build, we just created like a my list collection, but if you want to go ahead and create like a my list page as well, you can very easily, because we are going to be fetching the movies inside of my list, and it's going to be like really nice. We're going to be doing that. But yeah, we have the beautiful menu. So when you click here, we have this really nice menu, and someone requested this before as well, like for me to actually do a menu thing. So here it is, the menu for you, and it actually looks like Netflix too. So if you go and you can see, it actually looks very nice, very similar to Netflix. Now the next thing we want to basically do is we want to, and again, how did I actually find these class names? Is just by inspecting inspecting the Material UI. That's how I actually got to know these class names, and then I just targeted these class names. Now let's continue. Let's try to build our my list now, which is the next step, right? This is the last step of our build. And then we are finally complete with all this stuff, all these things we have done today. So now let's go back to our index page, our home page, where we're going to be having this. We're going to be having this custom my list component, basically, right? It's going to be a row. Of course, it's going to be a row component. But what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be having So first of all, what we want to do is want to create another custom hook. So this is our third custom hook. Like we have created 3 custom hooks in this application. I mean, it's actually insane. Like I don't know about you guys, but this is insane, right? Like this is our third custom hook, right? Which we are creating. So, and if you didn't know custom hooks before, this should definitely like give you a good, really, really good idea about custom hooks, right? So this is our third custom hook. Now, the way we're going to be working here is we're going to have like a use list custom hook. Now I'm just going to quickly open this on my other screen. So, and inside of this hook, again, the way first we're going to make sure to use the snippet, right? I want to make sure to have a piece of state, right? Because just like we did for subscription, so we have a piece of state called list, and we're going to say set list, and we're going to say use state, right? Use state. And this is going to be, so this is going to be of type movie. Again, of type movie is something which we actually created. The type for movie, no, not inside here, sorry, my bad, like here. So this is going to be of type movie, and it's going to be a list, right? So it's going to be an array of different movies. And remember, we had something called document data because we're going to be using Firebase, right? So we had something called document data, which you need to get it from Firestore, basically. So we need this something called document data. So we can just import this from Firestore, this type, so it doesn't give us any errors. And by default, it's going to be an empty array, right? And what we're going to be returning is we're just going to be returning our list, right? Now, inside of our list here, we're going to have a use effect, right? In our custom hooks, we always have use effects, right? So we're going to have a use effect, right, with an empty dependency, right? The first thing we want to actually check is this use list. When we actually call this hook, right, we want to basically send something called UID, right? And we're going to need this UID to actually go inside of a, and this basically what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be actually adding the movie for every single customer to their to the database, actually, because for every, think about it, right? For every single customer, it's going to be like a different movies, right? It cannot be like the movies I'm selecting might be different for someone else, right? So the watch list is going to be different for every single customer. So it's related with the customer, right? So what we're going to be retrieving is the UID of a customer, and it might be undefined. It might be undefined, right? So you want to make sure we have this type called undefined. Now, again, the way I figure these things out is I get into errors with TypeScript, and then when it gives me these errors, I just add these, I just try to figure it out and add these types, you know. Now, first thing we want to check if there is no UID, we want to basically return, right? If there's no UID, we don't want to do the use effect, right? We want to return to protect ourselves. And then we have something called on snapshot from Firestore, right? On snapshot, this is like a snapshot listener from Firestore, and because Firestore is more modular right now, Firebase, so we do it like in this functional way now. And then we're gonna have our collection, where a collection is again imported from Firebase, and collection accepts the DB instance, which we have already created, right? And we are gonna go inside of the collection of customer. Remember, we have a collection called customers, right? Now, inside of that collection, we're gonna go inside of the document of the current user, and then inside that, we're gonna create a collection. So we're not gonna create here, we're gonna have a collection. This we are actually retrieving from that collection. So we haven't created this collection yet. We are actually retrieving this, right? But we are going to be creating this collection, right? So this is gonna create my list, right? And then we're gonna get a snapshot back, right? And then what we can do with the snapshot is gonna give us the my list, all the documents inside of your my list. So it's gonna give us all the documents inside of our my list collection. Now we can actually set the list, and we can say snapshot. You can see snapshot.docs, right? And you can map through every single document, right? And what we're going to be returning here is we're going to be returning here an object. Basically, we're going to be returning here an object, and this object is going to be having a doc.id, and it's going to contain the doc.data. So what we are actually doing is we are actually merging each and every single document, because each and every single document has an ID and it has like some data, right? And what I mean by ID and data, if you go into Firebase, if you go to Firestore, what I basically mean is I'm gonna like tell you exactly what an ID and what a data is. So you can see checkout sessions is, for example, a collection, right? Now inside of my checkout sessions, right? Or actually better, let's look at customers. Customers is a collection, right? So customer has these several different documents which represents each and every different customer, right? These are all different documents, right? Now, what is the ID and what is the data? Now, this actually itself is the ID, which we see here. This, the thing which I'm highlighting, is actually the ID. Now, this is the doc.id, right? What is the data? This is the data which it contains. This is not the data. This is like further more collections. So this is more further collections, right? This part, the fields, is the data. This is the ID. Now, what we are doing here, what I'm doing here is I'm just trying to do, I'm setting the list, which is my piece of state, and I'm merging the ID with the data in just one array, in just one single object, you know. So every time we don't have to like separately do that, like doc.id and doc.this. We're actually combining them together. That's basically what I'm actually doing here. The next thing we want to make sure we want to have dependencies. So dependencies is going to be DB and the UID, right? So anytime these two changes, right, we're going to run this use effect again. And again, I've explained use effects several times in my previous builds. I've explained use state, use effects. So if you're not sure what use effects are, what use states are, just try to watch them. I've explained them so many times, several times. But this is what a DB and UID is going to be dependent on the database and the customer's UID. Now we have our use list, but of course we didn't yet add anything. This is just a snapshot, and this is basically we're just retrieving back stuff. We are not actually haven't yet added anything, right? So now we want to basically be able to add stuff, right? So first let's go back to our modal where we're going to be adding stuff to my list, right? So we're going to go back to our modal, and we can basically I'll just quickly open the modal component. Can do is open the modal component, and what we can actually do is inside of our modal we're going to have this bunch of stuff. So where we're going to have is, when you click here, we have this plus icon is where we're going to be actually adding the particular movie to the, you know, to our my list, right? And the reason I waited to do this in the last day today is because we did not have customers before, right? And the customers are only going to be, we are only going to have customers when they actually sign up, right? And we did not have Stripe integrated, but now we have the Stripe integrated, so it actually works. And we have the customer, so now it makes sense to actually show this. That is why I waited till day 3 to actually do this. Now we're gonna go to the plus, where the plus icon is, so we can see there's the plus icon, there's the button. So this is the button we basically want this to attach to. And what we're gonna be doing here is we're gonna not just plus icon, we're gonna have 2 different icons here basically. And on click, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have something called handle list function, right? Because think about it, when you actually click it once, it's going to add to the list. But what if you want to remove it back, right? So we want to click again and you want to handle the list, right? So we're going to create this function, and we're also going to have a piece of state called added to list, right? So I'm just going to create this piece of state here, const, and it's going to be called added to list, and it's going to be, of course, it's going to be a Boolean value, and it's going to be saying set added to list, and it's going to be a use state. And it's just going to be, by default, it's going to be a false, right? So what we're going to do here is we're just going to say, so we're going to create this function, and here on the bottom we're just going to say if it is true, like if it's added to list, right? Which means if the movie is actually added to list, right? We want to display a different icon, so we want to display maybe like a check icon. So I'm just going to change this to a check icon, right? So it's going to be a check icon. And if it's actually not added to the list, then we want to display like the plus icon. Oh my god, what did I just do here? Okay, I think I messed up stuff. So let's just try to go through this slowly. Let's just have this. Yeah, so this is gonna be a plus icon. Yeah, so we're gonna have a plus icon, right? So we have a check icon and a plus icon, and then we're gonna create this function basically. So let's actually create this function as well, and we're gonna have this handle list function basically. And what this function is actually gonna do is gonna be actually somewhere here before the handle close. So let's have this function. And again, if you want to separate these functions into their own separate files, you can just create like a util folder, which I think we already have util, or even if you don't, we can create like a util folder, and have these functions right in that folder and like separate, and then just import these functions, instead of like doing it like how I'm doing right now. So if you want to like just separate them, just that's like a better practice to do, just to separate these functions. So we want to say if it's already added to a list, right? If it's already added to a list, what we want to basically do here. So if it's already added to list, we want to make sure to actually delete it, right? So we want to make sure to await. Now again, it's going to be a synchronous function. And again, this delete doc is, again, you can see I'm going to import from Firestore, right? And we want to provide a reference here to the document. Basically, we want to delete, right? Reference to the document. So we want to provide a document. So we're going to say doc. Again, this is from Firestore. All these things I'm actually importing from Firestore. So you can see here, delete document. These are all modular stuff, and which document do I want to delete, right? So we're going to provide the DB instance. So we're going to say DB, and we're going to go into the collection of customers, right? And now we want to make sure to provide which document, right? So we need to provide the user's UID, and want to make sure to actually protect this because the user is actually not found right now. So we need to make sure that we actually get the current user. So we get the current user using the use auth hook, which we have. So we use our hook, right? We get the current user, and now we're just gonna say user.uid. But you can see if I actually don't do this, it's gonna say object is possibly null. So we wanna make sure we actually protect this. So we're gonna say user.uid, then we're gonna go into the collection of my list, remember? My list, right? Again, we haven't yet added anything, right? But we are just trying to map through in our brain. And this collection name can be anything, by the way, but make sure this collection name is consistent throughout the whole application, right? You have the same collection name. So we have something called my list, and we have like a movie, and then we have like an ID, the movie ID. And this is what we are basically adding, the document. This is the document we want to basically remove, right? And this is going to be actually changed to actually a string value. And the reason of me actually doing that, and again, I'm going to add exclamation mark, so this doesn't error. The reason I'm actually doing that is because this movie.id actually, right? This movie and we want to make sure the optional chain here as well. This movie.id is going to be a number, right? And we want to make sure we provide a string here, right? We want to make sure we actually provide a string value, but this is because this is actually going to be like a number, but we have to provide a string because the document ID is going to be like created as a string. Like this document ID we see here, right? This is actually a string. This is not a number. So we have to make sure that when we're comparing these two values, we have to make sure that it's actually string and not a number. So that's why I'm actually converting this to string. To make sure that it actually stays a string. Now we have this. Now we're gonna have React Toast as well. We're gonna add React Toast. So in the demo of the build, I actually showed everyone that we're gonna have, like, when you actually add this, when we click here, it's gonna have a pop-up here, and it's gonna tell us that. If you go to the actual Netflix, we can see like. So if I actually add this, let's just say, if I go to my list, you will be able to see that. If I refresh this will actually show me this, which I added, right? Now if I actually try to remove this, you will see this is what we get on the bottom, right? So this is what we're going to be adding using React Hot Toast. So we're going to be using something called React Hot Toast npm. We're going to be using something called React Hot Toast. And if you guys if you all like stick till the end, like, and this is, that this is an insane build we have done like till now. Like, it's an absolutely insane build. So we have this React Hot Toast, and we can just quickly like copy this command, and you can see read more about it. If you go to the GitHub one, I think it's they have like a website as well, so you can pretty much like check their reacthottoast.com. So this is the website, right? This is the website, yeah. So you can like look at their website. They have these different types of toasts, right? They have error ones. They have you can see they have error, promise. When there's any sort of promise, right? We get sort of promise. You have themed. So they have a bunch of. They have Tailwind CSS as well. We can see. So a lot of different toasters. Very nice library. I just love this library. So good. So now make sure we actually install this. So npm install React Hot Toast. And what we want to basically do is we want to have like a sort of a hot toast, right? So when we're actually deleting this, what we want to do is basically, and we want to also have the toaster. So if I make this bigger, we also want to have something called a toaster, and it's going to be right here. Okay, and it's going to be, because we installed this, we're going to have something called a toaster, and you can see imported from React Hot Toast. So we imported this toaster, and it's going to be like a component which they actually give us, and we can like set a position prop for this, and the position prop we can just set it like bottom center. We can do bottom center. We can set a position prop. So this is like a toaster, and what we can do additionally is we can, when we're actually deleting the document here, what we can do is we can run this function. Now this component is only going to be shown based on the toast function which we're gonna run. And again, I just learned this through the documentation, and we're gonna have this toast function, right? And again, I think this function we need to get it from React Hot Toast. So again, what I can do, yeah, we already got this from React Hot Toast, you can see. So what I'm gonna do is this function. This function is gonna have like a simple message basically, and what this message is gonna be like a template string, right? And again, if you go to Netflix, if you like look at Netflix, exactly how to do it is when we just add something. Let's just say we add this again, just for example, just to show you all. So when we add something, when we actually remove this, they actually tells us the name of the particular movie or the series. So if I refresh this, so Netflix is kind of buggy. We can see like we always have to refresh this. Whenever we add something, this is not like dynamic. It's not just refreshes. It's like this is buggy UI, So we have to refresh to make sure to see the my list. But when I remove this, you can see it actually shows the name. It says Titans has been removed, right? So we are gonna do exactly like that, right? We're gonna do the name as well. So what we can do is we can have the name here. We can just say movie.title. This is the reason I'm using the template strings here. I'm just gonna protect ourselves, do optional chaining, and we can do either this or we can do movie dot original image, original name, and we can just say has been removed from my list, because we're deleting here, right? So we can just say has been removed from my list, right? And there's a bunch of other things we can give here. We can give like some bunch of options. Now these options can be duration, the icon theme, the position, the styles. Now we want to make sure to give duration of 8 seconds, which is like 8 milliseconds. And we also want to make sure to give a style, and the style, we are going to be creating this style because it's not going to look how we want it to actually look like. So I don't give the style, for example, and I'll actually show you all this. So it's not going to look like how we want it to, so we're going to give some styles as well. Now after doing this, we're going to have our else condition, right? So if we go here, we're going to have our else condition. Now inside of our else, we're just going to say await set document. Now here we're going to be adding, so if it's already not added to the list, here's where we're going to create this my list collection, and we're going to add this movie to the list. Now I'm going to use set doc again, import from Firestore, and again this is going to be modular. We're going to say doc access our DB and access our customers, and you can see already actually gives me the whole IntelliSense. This is, I'm using tab 9, so it gives the whole IntelliSense for this, So customers, user.uid, my list, and movie.id. And again, this is going to be added as a string. So it's going to be added as a string. So you have to make sure we actually do that, and you're going to make sure it doesn't error out. And the next thing we want to basically do is we're going to put like a comma here. Again, it's going to, what we can do is here we can actually we can add the fields basically. So I'm just going to add the movie, and it's just going to use a spread operator. So what I'm doing is spreading the movie's parameters basically. Whatever the movie contains, I'm spreading all those parameters using the spread operator here. Instead of like writing every parameter separately, this is like a quick, shorter way to actually do this. So we don't have to write that whole thing separately. So this is the movie we're going to be adding to our my list collection, and this is going to be the ID. And the ID is important because this is how we're going to be removing this, right? So make sure that you add the ID here. The next thing we want to do is, again, since this set doc is actually done, we want to be able to make sure that we actually So if this is successfully done, we want to have a toast again. Now again, to toast, I'm just gonna quickly copy the previous one. Just basically paste it in here. And for this toast again, what we're gonna do is has been added instead of remove. We're gonna say has been added to my list, and duration, and we're gonna have some style. Right now, let's just test this. Let's just test this if this actually works. So we have our handle list, and if we did everything correctly, configured it correctly, this should typically work. And then we're gonna have a collection on our home page called my list. So we can have that beautiful collection. Right now we cannot see that. So that collection we'll only be able to see if there is something inside of our my list, right? If we add something basically. So let's try to see if this actually works. Right? If I actually click here, Moonfall has been added from my list, so it should be added to my list. Should be added. So we can see the styling here is not like how we exactly want it to look like. So we'll change the styling basically, and we can see this did not actually change to like a check mark. If we did everything correctly, this should have changed, and we will need to like check the database as well if this actually worked, right? So let's see what actually happened. Yeah, so what we actually missed, what we actually did not do yet. Let's just first like go to the database and let's actually see if we have the rules configured. And there's one more thing we might have to do. So we can see we have a lot of customers here. So the one I'm on actually right now is actually let me just quickly, so I'm on this one, and you can see my list already created here. So we have a collection, and for you it might not work, and I know why it might not work for you, because I did change the rules slightly a bit here, and we need to add this piece of line here, because when we change the rules on my other Netflix one, like on this is my other one, right? You need to add another rule here called my list. You need to add this rule. So if for you, if it won't work, it would say something like Firebase error, missing insufficient permissions or something. That's what it's gonna say for you all. So what you need to do is you need to copy, this exact command. You can see this one. I need to actually, and I'm gonna actually attach the rules as well. If you want, like, I can actually attach the rules in the description for you all to easily like just copy the rules, or maybe I'll just create it in the repo or some way. But just copy this line here, and what you want to do is below the payments, below here, you want to basically add this my list, and then you want to publish this. And after you actually do this and you actually go through this step again, this should actually work for you as well, and this should actually create like a collection for you as well. So if you go back, this should create like a collection of my list here, and it's gonna have this is the ID. Remember, this is the ID of the user's UID basically, right? And this is where the whole movie is basically. This adds the whole movie, right? So this is what we should be doing. The reason it did not change is because we don't have like a use effect, because think about it, we did actually add it, but we are not actually checking, and we're not actually comparing, right? We're not actually checking if it's already there, right? So I want to make sure we actually check as well. And to do those two things, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be getting two use effects, right? And again, they're inside of my modal component. So if I get those two more, and these are the two checks we want to do basically. These two checks are important. So if we have these two use effects, again, we want to get some, import some, so just go to the end, just auto import these, and you're going to have a piece of state called movies as well, right? Which is going to like set all the movies, find all the movies, and it's actually going to set all the movies. So we're gonna have like a piece of state as well called movies. And again, if you don't understand, I'm gonna explain all this, what I'm doing here. So we're gonna say set movies, and this is gonna be like a piece of state, and it's gonna be document data. Again, we're gonna make sure for some reason I always do it inside of the brackets here, but I should do it here. So we have to document data, so I have to make sure we import that, and it's gonna be an array, or it's gonna be a type of movie, right? It's gonna be a type of movie, so it's gonna be an array, and by default it's gonna be an empty array, and we need to get it from our typings basically. So we need to do that, and the next thing we want to basically do, so what we are actually doing here is we are actually checking. So these two checks are important. First, we are finding all the movies in the users list, right?
So we're getting all the movies. We're basically retrieving all the movies, and the user is actually added to their list, right? The reason we need those movies is because we want to actually check, right? Because we want to retrieve those movies, and then we want to actually check if they actually have that current index, which matches the current movie's index, right? If it's actually there inside of the my list. And if it actually doesn't, if it actually not equals to -1, which means if this cannot find the index, if the movie is actually not found. Again, find index, if you want to learn about this, what this does is actually returns the index of the first element. Okay, if in the array, if the result is actually true, if the predicate is actually true, if it's found, so it returns you the index if it's actually found. And if it's not found, it actually returns you -1. So what I'm trying to check here, if it is if it's not equal to -1, which means if it's actually true, right? If the index is found. So if the index is found, this is going to be basically true. And if we go and actually check, here we go, this is actually turned to a tick mark now. Now if I press it again, Moonfall has been removed from my list. We get a really nice toast right now. It's going to be there for 8 seconds, and then it's going to like fade out, right? And now if we go back to our database, we can see there is no my list anymore. There is no movie here in my list, right? And if I try to add this again, you will see Moonfall has been added to my list. And if I go back, we can see the movie. It's actually added now. So this is really powerful. This is what we are actually doing. So these two checks is what we are actually doing, right? Again, if this is too confusing, just try to break it down. Just try to break it down. Just try to read the commands, what we're actually trying to do. We are trying to find the movies. We are adding to the list. We're retrieving the movies using the snapshot. And then we're in this condition, we're actually checking if the movie is already there in the user's list. If it's there, we want to make sure to change the added to list to true, right? If it's already there. So that's all we're basically doing here. Now we also want to change the styling for our toast, right? And the way we're going to do that is I created this variable called toast style, so we don't have to like repeat ourselves. And just here I created this toast style, and what I did is, in the duration where we had like duration here, so I'm just going to select them together, right? And in here we had something called style, and the style is going to be toast style. The reason I created like styles like this, so we don't have to like repeat our stylings here, so we just give some stylings here. Now if we try to add again, you will see the stylings will be changed. Here we go, the stylings actually changed. It's more bold, it's much nicer. And if I try to add, like, let's say this one, Moon Knight has been added to my list. If I try to add Batman, it's going to add Batman. Batman has been added to the list. You can add this one. The War of the Worlds Annihilation has been added. If I try to remove War of the Worlds Annihilation has been removed from my list. So this is what we have done so far. So this beautiful pop-up, there's a toast coming up. We can see in our database, we have 3 movies. Now, how do we actually display this on the UI, right? Because we actually stored this. Now, we need to have a collection. This is very simple, right? All we have to do is go back to our homepage, right? And it's going to be like really simple. We're going to do this. We have our hook, right? Because remember, we created a custom hook called useList, right? And what we are doing inside of this hook is we're basically retrieving our current list, our list of movies, right? We're actually retrieving that, right? So what we can do is we can actually use this hook right now here, right? So we can just simply, right, after the movie here, we can just say const. We're going to be needing movie as well, by the way. And the way we're going to retrieve the movie is, remember, we have our movie inside of our store, inside the recoil store. So we can just say use recoil value, right? And we can just pass the movie state, and we actually pass the movie state. This is going to give us the current movie, and then we can actually get the list using our custom hook. So we can use this use list hook, which we have, and this hook basically is going to be user. We need to send the UID. Remember, we need to send the UID of the user, right? To be able to actually basically get the exact list, right, for that particular user. Because for every user, the list is going to be different, right? So we need to make sure that we need to send the UID. Now we're going to get the list using this. Now what we can actually do here, right, in this component, mylist component, we can actually do something like list.length, because it already knows it's an array, right? And we can say if the length is greater than 0, we want to display a particular row, right? We want the title of this row to be something like my list, right? And we want to send the movies, but because remember this row is accepting two props, right? The second prop is the movies, right? And the movies is gonna be the actual movies which we retrieve back, right? The list, I mean, so it's gonna be the list here, like this. And right now it's saying us that it's actually erroring us. So if you actually go back, remember I commented these things. So if you need to uncomment this, I need to basically retrieve this from Firestore to make sure it doesn't error out anymore. And now if you go back, we can actually see that property movie is missing in type, title, string, movies. So now if we go back to our row and each of our thumbnail, you will see that again I commented this out here. So we need to make sure to actually import this as well and remove the old one. So we need to make sure we import this, and we can just remove the comment, and we can just so we can actually just we can actually just do this, and this is gonna be for movies, by the way, and this is not gonna be like this. It's gonna be like this basically. And now you can see the errors are gone. We have our movies, and we're actually sending the list. Now let's see in our UI if anything changed there. Here we go. We have something on mine. It actually looks exactly identical, and we have our 3 different movies here, right? Now if I try to remove these 3 movies, and you will see you'll get the toast here, right? And if we try to remove these 2 as well, let's just say, now we just have 1. Now if I try to remove this shouldn't show us any my list anymore. We can see there is no my list anymore. But if we try to add any movie again, this is where the my list is going to be shown here. So we are actually done. Finally, we are actually done with our build. And I hope this was like for any beginners, and like you guys, like you got this, right? The idea what's basically happening, right? Just the thought of it, right? That what we're actually trying to do here. And this is it. Actually, we are done with our build. This is the insane we have, and it's insane. I know, like it's a lot. It's really, really heavy. The amount of stuff we have learned, like today, it's insanely heavy. We have learned Stripe, Firebase, complete connection, webhooks. We have learned how to do queries with the database. We have created the whole UI for plans. We have created the whole UI for the account page. So we go to the account page, you'll see the whole complete UI for the account page. We have created functionality to cancel membership. We have created functionality to subscribe to a plan. We have created complete authentication flow. It's insane. Like this build we have done is actually one of the insane builds out there, And we've created these beautiful custom scrollable containers. And the good thing about this is because it's using a TMDB API, right? It's going to stay updated, because every time some new movies come in, like some new series comes in, this is actually going to stay updated for a longer period of time. Because of course this is going to be the latest information. It's going to be, and it's actually server-side rendering. It's actually fetching the latest information on a server-side render, right? Which is the cleanest part about this build, So this is like insane, right? We have done. This is an insane amount of job. And we can see beautiful, it has, and if you want, you can go ahead and create a like functionality as well. Of course, for the time frame of this, like I did not go ahead and create it, but you can like create that as well. But yeah, I mean, it's completely connected with our Firebase. If you want to change anything in Stripe, and you will see the reflected changes. So if we see subscriptions here, we can see some people are subscribing right now because this build is previously done, right? So they're actually subscribing. I can actually see their subscription. He subscribed to a basic plan, So yeah, we can actually see subscriptions, and you can actually cancel the subscription. It's dynamic completely from Stripe. You have your customers, and inside of authentication as well, you will have all your customers. You can see I have all the customers who subscribe to this app basically. So this is insane. This is like huge, The last part of our application basically is to actually deploy this whole app, to GitHub. So you can use this and basically change this, add your own look and feel, add more features, extend the build, change the theme, make it your own, make it customizable, So let's actually deploy this. So that's the last step we want to do basically. So let's go to let's basically, first of all, let's actually deploy this to GitHub, right? So we need to push the changes. So you can see we have 19 changes. We want to push these changes to GitHub first. So what we're going to do is we're going to say git add dot, right? And we want to say get status. You can see we've modified all these, right? Now we want to make sure to actually commit these changes. So we can say day 3 build complete, right? Complete, day 3 build complete, you know? So I can add this commit. As soon as I press enter, all of these changes are committed on the staging branch, on the staging area, right? Now what we can do is we just have to say git push, and we have already like created a repo before, and we have already done this, so we don't want to like do those steps again. We just want to do git add dot and just push these changes we just did in day 3, right? We're just going to push these changes. And we're going to say git push to actually push this to the branch, to our GitHub main branch. Now if I open on GitHub the deployed version which we had, right, which was actually, if we go back, it was like Netflix clone YT. It was this one. This was the deployed version, right? So you can see it is deploying, right? Now we can go on Vercel. We can actually check the deployment status, and it is, so there's something wrong, and this is where TypeScript is really useful, right? It's actually errored out right now, right? And it actually tells us where it errored out, right? It actually tells us where exactly. So it actually tells us where the error is. It actually tells us type error property map does not exist on type movie or document data. So this is where we actually messed up, right? Where inside of our row, right, we can actually see. So this needs to be like a movie array, right? This is where we actually messed up. This is why TypeScript is like really, whenever you get any type errors, it's not going to deploy to your main branch. So it's going to prevent any errors for you. So we want to change this inside of our row because this should be an array, right? Because it's going to be like a bunch of movies, right? It's not a single movie. So to make sure we actually do that, let's try to see thumbnail as well once. So thumbnail is correct. We just needed to change this. And now we made the change. We want to do get add dot again. I want to make sure we say get status. We'll see our changes inside of the row component. I want to make sure get commit. I want to say fixed a bug, you know, just fixed a bug or something, you know, or type or anything. Commit message, you can just type anything. Doesn't want to push again. Now when we actually push this again, now it's gonna again, when you click here, you're gonna see another deployment is gonna build again. We got the error in the previous one. Now we can again inspect this deployment and you can see if there are any other errors basically. So this is why TypeScript makes your code really, really robust. Like you can see, like when we're deploying to like GitHub and stuff, it actually prevents us from deployments because it actually checks that, you know, if there's an error, it actually prevents the deployment, you know. Now it's gonna deploy this build for us, and we're gonna like actually see it and deployed, you know. I mean, yeah, this is all, guys. This is like the last day of this build, and I know it's an insane build. This is like the insane 3-day build which we have done, very, very intense from day one itself. You know, we started slow, but today, yeah, we just like finished it in such a good style. And you know, again, this is actually giving us a red here. It's telling us can't resolve encoding. Now again, this is something that this is the issue with the package itself. The package which we are using is Stripe Firebase Stripe payments package. Now I hope they resolve this issue because this is not on our end. This is the issue with the package itself because we are actually transpiling the modules, and I hope they optimize the package for like Next.js and stuff, so this does not happen. But this isn't gonna prevent the deployment. This is still gonna prevent. So this is just like a warning basically. Now we can see this is ready. Let's go. Let's actually navigate to the link. So this is our app. Okay, this is our app. Let's try to log in. So if I try to, we have our validation, right? So validation. Let's try to like log in with sign up with a new account. Let's just say Ironman or something like 2@gmail.com, right? And let's just say Ironman, like, you know. If I try to sign in, it says user not found, right? Because I don't have account. So I'm click on sign up. So this should technically sign up. And here we go. We actually see the plan screen. And this is deployed, right? This is completely deployed. So if I try to refresh now, it's switch me to the premium one by default. So let's subscribe to a premium plan. Let's click on subscribe. You know, here we go. We see the beautiful Stripe portal. We see the Stripe portal. Of course, we are a new member, right? So we need to actually enter our card information. So let's quickly test this once more. Let's just say enter our card information. Let's just subscribe. Let's try to subscribe. So it's gonna process. And again, this is powered by Stripe, and this is really, really nice. It's gonna process. Here we go, green tick here, and it's gonna redirect us back. And here we go. We see the actual application now. Now let's try to see. Let's try to add some stuff. So I added this to my list. It's right there. And let's try to add some more movies. Let's try to add Resident Evil. Resident Evil has been added. We added to my list. Here we go. Let's try to go to our dashboard. And here we go. Your next billing date is Tuesday. Now let's try to see cancel membership. Is this working as well? Because this is going to take us to a customer portal now, right? So we can manage. Here we go. We're redirected to a customer portal. We can change our payment methods. We can cancel plans. So I'll try to cancel my plan now. Let's cancel the plan. Let's go back to the demo now. And here we go. Your membership will end. Now instead of your next billing, it's actually switched to your membership will end. And here we go. We have a sign out. If I try to sign out, here we go. It actually takes us back. Now if I try to access the home page, I cannot anymore. And we need to basically log in again. So yeah, here we go, guys. Everything actually works here. This is beautiful, right? It's completely dynamic. It's completely done with Stripe. Stripe is powering this whole our whole application. And you can see if I go to subscriptions, a new member should be right here. We can see Iron Man. This is the email I actually use, and you can see cancels May 17 because I canceled my plan as well. So this is completely powered by Stripe. We added our products, completely beautiful. And yeah, this is all, guys. This is where the journey ends, And now it's all up to you all, to just change and add your own look and feel and stuff to it. But yeah, if you stick to the end till this point, just heads up to you all, heads up to girls and boys, everyone who stick till the end here. This is insane job, amazing job. Pat yourself on the back. If you understood, especially the whole overview, the whole process, But yeah, this is the cool as well, and here we go. Let me know what bills. And one more thing before I actually sign off, and I know you all are tired as well if you stick till the end. I want you to leave, and I want to leave too. But before I actually sign off, there are a few things I want to talk about, and there are many people who are actually just asking questions and stuff, and I try my best to answer as many as of them. But and the response we received, by the way, for the previous day 1 and day 2, that's hugely insane. It's completely massive, But I try my best to answer. The point is try to do my best to answer as many as I can. But I have so much time available, so I have a lot of other stuff to do as well, But if I didn't answer anyone's question, or if they're left out or something, just join the Discord group, because there it's easier for me to to keep track of you all. Because even if I forget, even if I don't answer someone, you can just try to ping me again. You can just join the server, and you'll know who I am on the server. I'm really, really active on the server, so you can just ping me on the server. You can that's the best way to communicate with me, if you want. But yeah, you can actually do that and give me suggestions for next builds. I will really, really, really try to be more regular, to do more builds like this. This is an insane build, of course. I'm going to tie more builds with TypeScript, Tailwind, and of course Next.js, and use a lot of other new things, some maybe Node.js and admin panels and stuff like that. So give me suggestions on what to build next, give me suggestions. I like when you guys give suggestions, they're really, really helpful. But yeah, that's all. That's pretty much it for this. We have deployed this, and yeah, I'm really hyped up for this. Really pumped up, super pumped. But yeah, I will see you guys as always in the next one. So take care and goodbye.